Thank you. Welcome to this morning's full committee markup, HR 8294. Good morning.
Great to be with you.
Yes. Is it possible for me to confirm, Mr. Grijalva? Okay. Thank you, sir. Good morning, Ms. Trahan.
Good morning.
Mr. Hand, welcome to this morning's full committee markup on HR 8294. You are confirmed, audio and visual. Good morning, Mr. Grijalva. I can confirm you visually. Good morning, Ms. Bonamici.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can, yes, ma'am. And I can.
Thank you.
As well. You are confirmed this morning. Welcome to this morning's full committee markup on HR 8294.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Grijalva, you are good to go as well. Good morning, Mr. Walker. Sir, I can see you. I cannot hear you. You can unmute on the toolbar, sir. You should be able to see towards the left side of your WebEx screen a mute and unmute. It may be an icon. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You are confirmed. Thank you. Welcome to this morning's full committee markup on HR 8294, sir.
Thanks.
Good morning. The committee will now come to order, quorum being present. Committee meets today pursuant to notice to consider H.R. 8294, the National Apprenticeship Act of 2020. The chair announces that any request for recorded votes may be rolled pursuant to Clause 2, Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives and Rule 13B of the committee. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 1, the chair may recess the committee at any point. As this is a markup with remote participation pursuant to House Resolution 965 and the regulations thereto, I'm going to go over some of the processes and procedures pertinent to this markup. First, all microphones, both in the room and on the remote platform, will be kept muted as a general rule to avoid background noise. Members will be responsible for turning on their microphones or unmuting themselves when they are recognized to speak or when they seek recognition. While the roll call is not necessary to establish a quorum in official proceedings conducted remotely or with remote participation, the committee has made it a practice whenever there is an official proceeding with remote participation for the clerk to call the roll to help make clear who is present at the start of the proceeding. Please note that the committee is requesting that when members say their names, whenever they begin to speak, the committee is requesting that members say their name whenever they begin to speak. So for the purpose of this attendance roll call, please say your name and then state present. This helps the clerk and also helps those watching the platform and the live stream who may be experiencing a few seconds delay. The clerk will now call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
Chairman Scott is present.
Chairman Scott is present. Mrs. Davis.
Mrs. Davis is present.
Mrs. Davis is present. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Courtney.
Mr. Courtney is present.
Mr. Courtney is present. Ms. Fudge. Mr. Sablon.
Mr. Sablon is present.
Mr. Sablon is present. Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson is present.
Ms. Wilson is present. Ms. Bonamici.
Suzanne Bonamici is present.
Ms. Bonamici is present. Mr. Takano.
Mark Takano is present.
Mr. Takano is present. Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams is present.
Ms. Adams is present. Mr. Desaulniers. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross is present. Ms. Jayapal.
Present.
Ms. Jayapal is present. Mr. Morelli.
Mr. Morelli is present.
Mr. Morelli is present. Ms. Wild.
Wild is present.
Ms. Wild is present. Mr. Harder.
Present.
Mr. Harder is present. Mrs. McBath. Ms. Schreier.
Kim Schreier is present.
Ms. Schreier is present. Ms. Underwood. Mrs. Hayes.
Ms. Hayes is present.
Mrs. Hayes is present. Ms. Shalala.
Shalala is present.
Ms. Shalala is present. Mr. Levin.
Here.
Mr. Levin is present. Ms. Omar. Mr. Trone. Ms. Stevens.
Present.
Ms. Stevens is present. Mrs. Lee.
Present.
Mrs. Lee is present. Mrs. Trahan.
Present.
Mrs. Trahan is present. Mr. Castro. Mrs. Fox. Mrs. Fox is present. Mr. Rowe.
Rowe present.
Mr. Rowe is present. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg present.
Mr. Wahlberg is present. Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie is present.
Mr. Guthrie is present. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Grothman. Ms. Stefanik. Mr. Allen. Mr. Smucker.
Smucker is present.
Mr. Smucker is present. Mr. Banks. Mr. Walker.
Mr. Walker is present.
Mr. Walker is present. Mr. Comer. Mr. Klein.
Present.
Mr. Klein is present. Mr. Fulcher, Mr. Wright, Mr. Muser, Mr. Johnson.
Johnson is present.
Mr. Johnson is present. Mr. Keller?
Mr. Keller is present.
Mr. Keller is present. Mr. Murphy? Mr. Van Drew? Chairman Scott, this concludes the roll call.
Did anyone not respond?
Mr. Chairman, present.
Mr. Grijalva?
Mr. Grijalva?
Present.
Mr. Grijalva is present.
Is anyone else not recorded? If not, thank you. We have a quorum. We'll make a few remarks about the platform at this point. In general, the committee will continue to use WebEx as its remote platform for all official proceedings, as that's the platform designated by the Chief Administrative Officer. All official proceedings will be live streamed on the committee's website, and the public and press will have real-time access to the proceedings in this manner. In the committee room, as the country remains in crisis due to the spread of COVID-19, the committee requires certain procedures to ensure the health and well-being of those participating in person. The committee's procedures adhere to the guidance provided by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the Office of the Attending Physician, the Office of the Sergeant of Arms, the Architects of the Capitol, and the Committee on House Administration. These procedures were detailed in the committee room procedures for social distancing, distributed to all committee members by the clerk along with the markup notice. The Sergeant at Arms has set a maximum number of majority members permitted in the room at 9, including the chair, and the maximum number of minority members permitted in the room at 8, including the ranking member. If more members wish to be in the room, majority and minority will each be responsible for circulating the members in and out, adhering to all social distancing and health and safety procedures. Members who choose to attend the markup in person are expected to adhere to social distancing and safe health care guidelines. These include mandatory use of masks pursuant to Section 3.2.1 of the attending physician pandemic social distancing and daily health screening implementation guidelines for congressional offices and work centers, version 3.1, dated September 9th, 2020, as well as the use of microphone covers, hand sanitizer, wiping down the area before and after the presence in the committee room. Only committee members, committee staff, and limited members of credentialed press, as organized by the House Press Gallery, may enter the committee room, and they are asked to enter and exit only from the appropriately marked doors. The anteroom and committee office suites are not accessible to members or personal office staff. Committee staff are limited. The chair expects everyone to abide by the appropriate social distancing and health and safety procedures as outlined in the instructions for the health and welfare of members, staff, their families and communities, and the greater Capitol Hill family. Members present in the committee room should refrain from joining the remote platform from an electronic device in the room so as to prevent unnecessary feedback. Members in the room are asked to keep their microphones off when they are not speaking. As a general rule, staff will turn off a microphone if a member has forgotten to turn it off to avoid unnecessary background noise throughout the proceedings, and members who will be responsible for turning their microphones on when recognized to speak or when they wish to seek recognition. For those participating remotely, participants on the software platform are limited to those included on the participatory access list shared by the committee clerk in advance of the meeting. Permitted staff should always keep their microphones muted and their video cameras turned off. That's permitted staff. The WebEx platform opened 1 hour before the official proceeding. I hope members joined the meeting well before the markup started with their camera and microphone on to do a check with the host before the proceedings begin. Members must be visible on video camera on the screen when joining or rejoining an official committee proceeding for the purpose of identification and are to remain visible while they remain in the proceeding. Members may not cover their cameras with a camera cover, post-it note, book, newspaper, or by any other means. In order to count for a quorum and in order to cast a vote, a member must be visible by video camera on the screen. Members are advised that as soon as they join the software platform, everything they say and do is public and may be live streaming even before the official proceedings begin. Therefore, members are advised that that after the camera and microphone check, they should mute themselves to avoid background noise and inadvertent broadcast. Cameras, however, should remain on. As a general rule, staff should mute a member who has forgotten to mute themselves to avoid unnecessary background noise throughout the proceedings. Members will be responsible for unmuting themselves when they are recognized to speak or when they wish to seek recognition. Members are not permitted to participate in multiple committee proceedings simultaneously. House Rules Committee has deemed this critical to ascertain member attendance in official proceedings conducted remotely or with remote participation. If members are experiencing technical problems, they should notify the committee staff immediately by phone, email, and/or the chat messaging function in the proceeding. Phone assistance will always be available throughout the duration of any proceedings with remote participation, and the committee's IT director, whose contact information was distributed by the clerk with the notice and instructions for the markup, will be available to assist members throughout the proceeding. Any chat or messaging function available on WebEx is limited in use for technical and logistical support only. It is excluded from the public video stream, and it is not considered part of the committee record. It is, however, visible to all participants in the proceeding, including members and staff from both sides of the aisle. Please do not use the chat or messaging function for anything other than technical or logistical support. It is not to be used to note presence or attendance or to seek recognition. If members need to step away from the camera for a short period of time and will not be joining another committee proceeding, they should leave their camera on so the committee will see an empty chair in the committee room, as if in the committee room. If members are leaving for a long period of time or joining another committee proceeding, they must exit the proceeding entirely. The committee asks that members and their staff notify the committee staff so the committee is aware that the absence is not due to technical difficulty. Members and staff should notify the committee staff upon the member's return and in order for the member to be identified again. If members are experiencing technical difficulties with their cameras, they can participate to the extent permitted by the resolution and regulations using only audio, but this has limitations in that they cannot be counted towards a quorum and they cannot vote. Members must be visible in the room or on the screen in order to vote, and there are no exceptions. During the hybrid proceedings, it is suggested that members participating remotely use the active speaker or active speaker with thumbnails view in WebEx in order to see the camera feed in the committee room. The room feed cannot be seen in grid view except as a blank thumbnail. A document explaining the different WebEx views and how to change them was distributed to all committee offices by the clerk yesterday morning. Now, proper attire must be worn by members participating remotely as if in person in the committee room. Now, remote backgrounds must be non-political and minimally distracting. Procedures for all members. Members are required to seek verbal recognition when they wish to speak, including for amendments, motions, points of order, or other procedures where timeliness is a factor, and the chair will provide reasonable latitude. Members should state their names when they seek recognition and why they are seeking recognition. So for example, unmute or turn on your microphone and say, "Mr. Chairman, this is Bobby Scott. I seek recognition to offer an amendment." Or, "Mr. Chairman, this is Bobby Scott. I seek recognition to reserve a point of order," or whatever the issue is. It is important to note that the submission of an amendment via the electronic depository does not discharge a member from the requirement to seek recognition verbally to offer the amendment. Now, for amendments, amendments must be submitted electronically to the amendment repository pursuant to the instructions in the markup amendment and roster process notice. This was distributed to all committee members by the clerk with the markup notice. Amendments must be submitted to the repository before they are offered at the markup. Before and during the markup, amendments must be distributed electronically to staff, will be distributed electronically to staff. Majority staff will be responsible for distributing amendments to majority members, and minority staff are responsible for distributing the amendments to minority members. Paper copies will not be distributed. Members are encouraged, but not required, to have an electronic device dedicated to receiving emailed amendments, be it a laptop, pad, tablet, phone, or other device. For those members participating remotely, this means a device separate from the one that is being used to participate on WebEx. Further details about the amendment and roster process can be found in the amendment and roster process notice that was distributed to all committee offices by the clerk with the markup notice. Now, in terms of voting, members must be visible in the room or on screen in order to vote. Again, there are no exceptions to this. Moreover, there needs to be a verbal vote so the clerk and the official reporter stenographer can hear it. A thumbs up or a thumbs down without a verbal note will not suffice. Members should say their names when voting. For example, Chairman Scott votes aye. This helps the clerk and also helps those watching the platform and live stream who may be experiencing a few seconds delay. The clerk has a visual confirmation of the member voting, either in the room or on camera. The clerk will repeat the name and the way the member voted and move on. If the clerk heard the member speak but does not have a visual confirmation, the clerk will ask for the vote again. The clerk must have visual confirmation of the member speaking while they are voting. If the clerk does not hear or see the member and does not get a vote from that member, the clerk will move on to the next member. The clerk may remind members to turn on their microphones and speak their name when voting. Now, the timer, in order to ensure the committee's 5-minute rule is adhered to, staff will be keeping track of time in the committee room using the regular room timer for those attending in person and for those attending on the remote platform using the committee's field timer. For those attending remotely, the field timer will appear in its own thumbnail picture and will be named 001_timer. For this markup, there will be no 1 minute remaining warning. The field timer will sound an audible alarm when the time is up, and members are asked to wrap up when their time has expired. I know this has been a lot to get through, but I'm confident that we'll have a successful markup, just as we've had successful hearings, and just as so many of our colleagues have had in other committees. And your patience and understanding as we adopted this new normal is appreciated. Now, I recognize myself to make an opening statement. Today, we're marking up H.R. 8294, the National Apprenticeship Act of 2020, a comprehensive proposal to reauthorize and modernize the National Apprenticeship Act for the first time since its enactment in 1937. The registered apprenticeships are America's most successful workforce development initiative. According to the Department of Labor, 94% of registered apprenticeship participants are employed upon completion, earning an average yearly starting wage of $70,000. There is no better time than now to invest in this proven program to help people get back to work, as tens of millions of workers continue to receive unemployment checks each week. Further, recent research estimates that more than 7 million of the jobs lost during this pandemic will be permanent. The National Apprenticeship System is well suited to meet our current challenges. Apprenticeships begin earning wages on their first day of training and go on to develop in-demand skills and a national portable credential that is universally recognized by employers across the country. The National Apprenticeship Act of 2020 will help accelerate our economic recovery from this pandemic by creating nearly 1 million apprenticeship opportunities beyond the expected growth of the system over the next 5 years. This proposal expands apprenticeships in 3 ways. First, it codifies and streamlines standards for registered apprenticeships youth apprenticeships, and pre-apprenticeship programs, and this will make it easier for both apprentices and employers to participate in apprenticeship programs while ensuring that all programs maintain the quality standards and worker protections that are essential to their success. Second, it permanently codifies the Department of Labor's Office of Apprenticeship and directs the office to convene industry leaders, labor organizations, educators, and others to expand apprenticeships into new occupations and sectors. According to the Harvard Business Review, there are at least 47 occupations that now traditionally required a 4-year degree that would benefit from creating new apprenticeship programs in addition to the 1,200 occupations that are already in place and are what they call apprenticeable. Finally, the National Apprenticeship Act of 2020 invests more than $3.5 billion in national apprenticeship programs over the next 5 years. This investment will not only deliver incredible returns for workers and businesses, it also has returns for taxpayers. Roughly $10.6 billion in net benefits through increased tax revenues and decreased spending on public assistance programs and unemployment insurance. This reauthorization of the National Apprenticeship Act should be bipartisan. Both Democrats and Republicans agree on the urgent need to expand access to quality apprenticeship opportunities. This bill was the product of 4 hearings as well as bipartisan roundtables and months of legislative negotiations between the majority and minority staff. Unfortunately, at the last minute, the Department of Labor interfered by demanding that this bill include an extraordinary provision. The department has made it clear that it would not support the bill unless the administration was granted unchecked authority to expend funds on any apprenticeship program they wanted to promote. This demand was never part of the agreement between the majority and minority, which agreed to strengthen registered apprenticeships when negotiations began. I'm disappointed this demand has undermined what was until then a bipartisan effort. If the department's proposed language had been included, the administration would have had the legal authority to misdirect funding from the proven registered apprenticeship program to an untested apprenticeship system, the so-called Industry Recognized Apprenticeship Program, or IRAP, without adequate worker protections or quality standards. As we learned from a hearing last November, the department has already misdirected appropriated funds for registered apprenticeship programs in the IRAPs. So I call on my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to prioritize the needs of our constituents by advancing the National Apprenticeship Act of 2020, and now yield to the distinguished ranking member from North Carolina, Dr. Fox, for her opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. American innovation is no accident. It must be cultivated by education in all its forms. Yet too many Americans believe that the only pathway to a successful career lies solely on a college campus and in a baccalaureate degree. This is simply not the case. For many Americans, the apprenticeship model has served as a door to opportunity and economic prosperity. In fact, I'll share with you a quick story about my own family. In 1969, my younger brother was a senior in high school, and he said to me, "I don't want to go to college, but I don't want you and Mom and Dad to be ashamed of me." And I said, "Well, we won't be ashamed of you. What do you want to do?" He said, "I want to be a carpenter." And I said, "Well, I think that's a great idea." I was working at a resort at the time, Beach Mountain, and we were desperate for all kinds of tradespeople, people with skills who could do jobs. So I went to my boss, and we were able to put together a carpentry apprenticeship program. My brother and 16 other young men enrolled in it. And 3.5 years later, he earned his journeyman license. My brother went on to become an engineer, not a licensed engineer or a degreed engineer, with Sprint Telephone. He's the one who showed me how to use my first computer, set it up for me, taught me how to use it. So my brother is one of the people in the 70% of this country who don't have college degrees, but often don't feel like successes because they have certificates or degrees that are less than a baccalaureate degree. But he is certainly a success, a lot smarter than I am and capable of doing many more things. So I've been a supporter of apprenticeships all of my life, and I will continue to be. Our nation faces a growing skills gap that's been compounded by COVID-19. Millions of workers will need reskilling due to pandemic-related job loss and displacement. We must look at the nexus between education and the American workforce more closely than ever. Apprenticeships offer one of the strongest solutions to strengthen the American workforce and close our nation's skills gap. In recent years, we've seen interest for apprenticeships surge as more small businesses and other employers are recognizing the critical role they play in the development of a skilled 21st century workforce. President Trump has taken apprenticeship opportunities to new heights by issuing an executive order that established the National Center for the American Worker. This council seeks to bring more Americans into the workforce by strengthening skills-based hiring and learning. Since the signing of the executive order, more than 430 companies and organizations have signed the pledge to America's workers, contributing to over 16 million new education and on-the-job learning opportunities for American students and workers. We have an opportunity to build on this work through the bill before us today. Republicans and Democrats agree on the critical role that expanded apprenticeship opportunities could play in addressing our nation's workforce needs and preparing workers for meaningful, well-paying careers. I want to thank Chairman Scott and the sponsor of the legislation, Ms. Davis, for engaging in bipartisan negotiations. Those negotiations resulted in a bill that was very nearly bipartisan. Unfortunately, we find ourselves at a familiar impasse. Republicans agree that the traditional registered apprenticeship system is an important part of our nation's workforce development infrastructure, and that reforms to that system could greatly expand its positive impact on workers and employers. However, we do not agree that the traditional registered apprenticeship system that has existed since the Great Depression should be the only way for the federal government to support apprenticeships, and that this system is the only model of work-based learning that can exist within the National Apprenticeship Act. If we really want to expand apprenticeship opportunities, it is important this update provides some leeway to allow for opportunities to develop. Employers know best what skills their employees require to excel in the workplace. That's why my Republican colleagues and I believe Congress should encourage employer-led innovation in the apprenticeship space. Unfortunately, committee Democrats failed to recognize the advantages of this concept, and they're moving forward with H.R. 8294, the National Apprenticeship Act of 2020. This partisan bill seeks to enshrine the existing approach to apprenticeships as the only appropriate approach to apprenticeships. In fiscal year 2019, 252,000 individuals entered apprenticeships, and only 81,000 graduated from the registered system. Clearly, there is room to improve the registered system and make space for employer-led innovation. My Republican colleagues and I encourage employers to innovate and develop apprenticeship programs that meet the unique needs of the current workplace. Employers are struggling enough with the challenges presented by COVID-19. We should be doing all that we can to expand employers' opportunities to address the needs of their current and prospective workers through an all-of-the-above approach to apprenticeships, rather than closing potential pathways to work. This committee has a responsibility to work towards solutions that will increase access to career-changing opportunities. We should be advancing legislation that builds on the successful efforts of businesses that allow them to grow their own apprenticeship programs, whether those programs are registered or not. Workforce programs like apprenticeships will aid in closing the skills gap and put more Americans to work, but only if employees and job creators are given the flexibility to innovate and develop high-quality earn and learn programs without overreach from Washington. I urge my colleagues to return to the negotiating table so we can finish the work we started. Together, we can strengthen the registered apprenticeship system and empower employers to unleash the entrepreneurial ingenuity of the American workforce. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Without objection, all other members who wish to insert written opening statements into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of today. The House rules require that a copy of the measure be made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. This was done and distributed to all committee offices by the clerk. The bill shall be open for amendment at any point. I notice I've been informed that there have been no amendments submitted for the roster, that there are amendments that have been submitted this morning. Additionally, the chair may allow for members who have more than one amendment to consider their amendments en bloc to the extent practical. At this point, we'll begin with the first reading of the bill. The clerk will designate the bill.
H.R. 8294, to amend the National Apprenticeship Act and expand the National Apprenticeship System to include apprenticeships, youth apprenticeships, and pre-apprenticeships registered under such act, to promote the furtherance of labor standards necessary to safeguard the welfare of apprentices and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. And without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Are there amendments to the bill? The gentlelady from California.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman. This is Susan Davis. I seek recognition to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Gentlelady is recognized, and the clerk will designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8294, titled ANS 01, offered by Mrs. Davis of California.
Okay, we'll pause for a moment to make sure that this has been circulated. Amendment in the nature of a substitute. I'm advised that the amendment has been circulated electronically. Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text and open to amendment at any point. The amendment in nature of a substitute was received by the clerk and has been distributed. Before I yield to the gentlewoman to talk about her amendment, I did want to recognize the extraordinary work of the chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Higher Education and Workforce Investment, Ms. Davis of California. She will be retiring from the House of Representatives at the end of this Congress following 2 decades of service to our constituents and our country. As the co-founder of the Congressional Apprenticeship Caucus in 2018, along with Mr. Guthrie, there's been no greater advocate for apprenticeships in Congress, and we will miss her leadership in this committee and in the chamber. And on behalf of all of my colleagues, I want to thank Ms. Davis for her service and leadership. It is now my pleasure to yield to the chair of the Subcommittee on Higher Education and Workforce Investment, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Davis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment in the nature of a substitute makes updates to H.R. 8294, the National Apprenticeship Act of 2020, including the following. Ensuring that the Office of Apprenticeship and state apprenticeship agencies or state offices of apprenticeship provide technical assistance for virtual or distance learning as necessary. Improving the complaints process, the pre-apprenticeship standards and general standards of the National Apprenticeship System, ensuring that those receiving grants under Title II of this Act are providing access to supportive services for the apprentices, and ensuring that labor organizations and joint labor management organizations are an included partner in apprenticeship activities, including activities funded under Title II. As the chairman mentioned, the National Apprenticeship Act of 2020 marks the first reauthorization of the National Apprenticeship Act since enactment in 1937. And at a time when so many workers have been forced to look for new pathways to financial stability, we have a responsibility as members of Congress to do everything that we can to expand employment opportunities that provide meaningful work and family-supporting wages. The legislation under consideration today will do just that. We have had so many conversations in this committee about providing high-quality educational pathways to Americans that do the following. They do not require a 4-year college degree. They allow you to earn while you learn and provide nationally portable and recognized credentials. Colleagues, we've worked for months, both Democrats and Republicans, to make sure this legislation achieves these goals. This legislation was public in discussion draft form this past March, just before the world changed as we know it. And in the bill introduced last week, we also incorporated feedback from each of the over 20 groups and stakeholders who submitted comments. On a personal note, I want to thank the staffs of both committees, of both Republican and Democratic side of the aisle, for the efforts that they have spent in trying to come to a consensus. I also want to acknowledge the ranking chair and our respective visits in one another's districts, exploring apprenticeships as well as other higher education programs. I enjoyed that, and I know that she did too. The National Apprenticeship Act of 2020, as included in the ANS, takes important steps to codify registered apprenticeships by streamlining existing regulations with equal opportunity provisions for registered apprenticeships as well as youth apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeships. This ANS maintains the roles and responsibilities of state apprenticeship agencies and establishes new state plan requirements consistent with accountability measures under the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act and the Carl Perkins Career and Technical Education Act. To build on the success of existing apprenticeship state expansion grants, this legislation also creates a dedicated funding stream for states and for state apprenticeship agencies and state offices of apprenticeship. One of this legislation's major goals, as maintained in the ANS, is to ensure that people across the country are speaking the same language regarding apprenticeships. It's designed to move the needle in concerning an apprenticeship an equal, high-quality post-secondary option to the more traditional 2- or 4-year degrees. The bill codifies youth apprenticeships as opportunities to prepare high school students for post-secondary education, much like advanced placement classes. The ANS maintains the $400 million grant program to fund youth apprenticeships, pre-apprenticeships, and apprenticeship programs in the National Apprenticeship Act of 2020, with funding increasing $100 million annually to reach $800 million by fiscal year 2025. This grant program supports activities including creating new programs in non-traditional apprenticeship industries, like healthcare and childcare, essential industries during our current crisis, encouraging employer participation, including specifically small and medium-sized employers in the national apprenticeship system with hires from non-traditional apprenticeship populations, like women, minorities, veterans, military spouses, individuals impacted by the criminal or juvenile justice system, including those currently or formerly incarcerated, and supporting national intermediaries in important industries like information technology, cybersecurity, healthcare, again, manufacturing and insurance, and equity intermediaries to create a more diverse apprenticeship workforce, as well as regional and local intermediaries. Before closing, I want to make clear that this legislation only codifies the standards for programs that choose to register their programs in order to gain access to the nationally recognized credential and to the funding this bill provides. Any workforce program that isn't already a registered apprenticeship program and does not want to access the funding in this bill will not need to change its programs. We are simply strengthening the registered apprenticeship system in place today. With these clearly established programs, families can sit down at the kitchen table, discuss their futures, and look to the registered apprenticeship system as one of their many high-quality pathways to post-secondary education that lead to the middle class. And having more people participate in the middle class, as we all know, strengthens communities. My colleagues, my friends, we can make that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there others that wish to speak to the amendment? The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the committee making apprenticeship programs and additional opportunities for individuals in the workforce a priority. I'd like to say as well, I've enjoyed working with Chairwoman Davis. I'm the ranking member of the committee, so we've had, of the subcommittee, so have had a number of discussions in regards to the importance of apprenticeship programs. And I know that she truly believes that this is important to ensure that many people can access great jobs and can access a wonderful training program. So it is disappointing to me as well that we were not able to reach an agreement on this bill. And I want to talk just a little bit about the fundamental differences. There's a lot we agree on in this bill, but there are some fundamental differences in approach that we just couldn't come together on. Before I do that, I just want to say as well, this is more important than ever before. Things have changed pretty dramatically since these negotiations have begun. You know, coming off of the success of the tax reform and the strong economy, at that point we had more jobs available than we had people in the country to fill them. But today we face a high unemployment rate with millions of workers unable to physically go to work due to business closures and restrictions resulting from the pandemic. So in both of these situations, the need for innovative workforce development programs has really never been more pressing. Philadelphia Federal Reserve recently evaluated the data on unemployment insurance claims to get a better picture of which workers are most affected, which have been most disrupted by the pandemic. And the results probably are not surprising to any of us. Individuals in the knowledge-based economy, individuals that can work remotely, are faring relatively well. Many of those have been able to pivot to that remote work and been able to maintain their full employment. But hardworking Americans in frontline jobs, such as, in my community, the restaurant industry, hospitality industry, they faced a significant, immense disruption and layoffs. In past recessions, we've seen many displaced workers turn to higher education to acquire skill sets that will help safeguard against job displacement in the future. And certainly, we would never discourage that, but we do have discouraged a four-year degree, but we have the opportunity during this recovery to use this recovery to expand apprenticeship opportunities across the country that has potential to help millions of displaced workers increase their skills to upskill and become competitive to successfully weather what is an ever-evolving workforce, and now more true than ever. But the bill before us today, I think, is really an example of the fundamental differences in approach in the two sides of the aisle in this committee. My Democrat colleagues, unfortunately, believe that more one-size-fits-all federal intervention is the only path forward to guarantee quality programs. They believe that it must be a federally registered program approved by the federal government, or we should not be endorsing it. And by the way, that's true in many other areas. Democrats, unfortunately, too often believe that government is the answer rather than the private sector. They believe that in workforce development programs, apprenticeships, education systems, and even our nation's health care. On the other hand, my Republican colleagues and I believe that less government interference, more flexibility for employers will yield the most innovative results and will yield the most benefit for workers across the nation. And this is the part we could not agree on in this bill. Allowing employers to develop workforce development programs directly tailored to their unique industries, which give participants skill sets that are exactly what employers are looking for, requires that kind of flexibility. Now, I said earlier, I think we all agree that we can improve on the registered apprenticeship program, but what we're looking for on this side of the aisle is more flexibility for employers that can provide apprenticeship programs in slightly different ways. The system that would be codified under today's legislation lacks that flexibility to allow for the creation of those quality programs outside of the registered system. I'm concerned that the approach taken under this legislation won't reach the populations we need to lift up. I don't know if that's my mic or...
That's fine.
Keep going?
Got 45 seconds.
Yeah, that we need. I'm concerned that the approach taken under this legislation won't reach the populations that we need to lift up hardworking Americans who could stand to greatly benefit from apprenticeships, and that only allowing for the registered system will prohibit many industries from ever entering the apprenticeship space in the first place. I agree, the federal government does have a role to play in ensuring that quality programs exist, but we must also do our part to encourage employers to develop innovative programs to expand these opportunities. I look forward to continuing to work on these policies. Again, disappointed that we could not come to agreement on this bill, but hope that that day will come. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. We have many members on our side who've sought recognition. Courtney, Sablon, Bonamici, Takano, Adams, the first five. Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I seek recognition to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. First of all, I want to begin by joining you in saluting the amazing, extraordinary service of the Chairwoman Davis on the Higher Education and Workforce Subcommittee. I've served on it for many years with her, and her command of the subject matter, her passion in terms of trying to achieve the goal that hopefully we will come together today to enable, which is to find success for many people who, again, apprenticeship programs can work. And again, we have been very blessed to have her great work on this committee. Mr. Chairman, in 1937, a freshman member of Congress who represented my district in Eastern Connecticut, Representative William Fitzgerald from Norwich, led the successful effort to pass the first National Apprenticeship Act, also known as the Fitzgerald Act. After being signed into law by President Franklin Roosevelt, for the following 83 years, the law has remained untouched, even as the registered apprenticeship system it created buoyed the nation through wartime, through recessions, and through decades of transformational change in America's economy and workforce. The Fitzgerald Act is simple. It instructed the Secretary of Labor to connect employers and labor, to develop apprenticeship programs, cooperate with state agencies and the Secretary of Education, and most critically, develop national standards. With that limited framework, the National Apprenticeship Program has expanded to 1,200 recognized occupations with hundreds of thousands of new apprenticeships starting each year. As Chairman Scott noted, upon completion of a registered apprenticeship, an apprentice can expect to earn an average wage of $70,000 per year, which during this recession makes our work even more urgent today. All of this was achieved despite anemic federal investment in these programs. Today, we take an important step to build on the success of the Fitzgerald Act with its first reauthorization in the last 83 years that modernizes and scales up pre-apprenticeships and youth apprenticeships, and which maintains also the crown jewel of Congressman Fitzgerald's vision, which is to codify high-quality national standards, which protects the taxpayer and which also protects the workers to make sure that the program that they're enrolling in actually provides a real result. Most importantly, the underlying bill also provides robust investment in this proven and successful model, in addition to providing for the first time a dedicated and reliable source of funding to state apprenticeship offices who do the work of connecting employers to trainees. The National Apprenticeship Act of 2020 will also authorize a competitive grant to further grow these opportunities in new sectors, recruit new and non-traditional apprenticeships, and support small employers who need skilled talent. In my district, I've seen how successful the Registered Apprenticeship Program can be when a business finds out about it and is able to access the limited funds now available. One employer in my district, Chris Jewell, said this about his company's participation in the program. The training money we received through this program allowed us to take a chance on an employee that we felt was ready to make the next step in their career path. Mr. Chairman, I have met some of those workers at Chris's shop who today are thriving in jobs with good pay and good benefits and would not have found that place in life without the benefit of the Federal Registered Apprenticeship Program. With the underlying bill, we can replicate that success at countless small businesses, from healthcare to manufacturing, technology, and beyond. Supporting and building on the Registered Apprenticeship Program needs to be a key plank in our workforce development strategy during the pandemic recession. Again, thank you to Mrs. Davis for your great work on this legislation, and thank you also, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from North Carolina, the ranking member, Dr. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said in my opening remarks, we commend Ms. Davis for her work on the apprenticeship issue and appreciate her zeal in this. Mr. Chairman, Republicans and Democrats agree again that updating the National Apprenticeship Act and expanding apprenticeship opportunities for workers nationwide is a priority for this committee. The bill before us today, H.R. 8294, had a shot at being a bipartisan solution, one that works toward our shared goal of bridging the gap between the education and business communities. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again, Ms. Davis, for your willingness to engage in meaningful negotiations with committee Republicans. But unfortunately, we find ourselves here in a familiar situation where the majority's once again chosen partisanship over compromise. The National Apprenticeship Act of 2020 includes many provisions for reforming the traditional registered apprenticeship system, but disappointingly forecloses on the opportunity for improvement or other innovation in the future. Narrow-minded legislation will also always result in short-sighted objectives. Now more than ever, our objectives need to be bigger, bolder. This is not the time for a Washington knows best approach that will force job creators to deal with overly prescriptive requirements, additional bureaucracy, and time-consuming paperwork. That kind of stifling environment has discouraged new and small businesses from participating in the registered apprenticeship system for years now. If we truly want to provide workers with opportunities to learn the skills they need for high-wage, high-skill, and in-demand jobs that will lead to fulfilling careers, we must also acknowledge that while the registered apprenticeship system created during the Great Depression has been useful for many and can be further improved, it will never be adequate by itself. The Trump administration recognizes this and has taken important steps to expand and innovate work-based learning programs. More than 430 companies and organizations have signed the President's Pledge to America's workers, committing to provide more than 16 million new education on-the-job learning opportunities for American students and workers. Additionally, the Department of Labor is moving forward with industry-recognized apprenticeship programs to give employers more authority to shape apprenticeship programs that will attract workers and prepare them for meaningful work. We've urged our Democrat colleagues to build on these efforts and expand much-needed work-based learning programs. Regrettably, as with so much else that this committee and this House has passed as Congress, our Democrat friends can't look beyond the status quo. Instead of acknowledging that giving workers and employers more autonomy to create programs that are responsive to workforce needs will benefit everyone, Democrats want to cling to an 80-year-old system and falsely claim it's the only way to utilize apprenticeships to prepare workers for a successful career. The economy and the workforce have evolved tremendously in the last 80 years. It is past time our apprenticeship system evolved with it. For that reason, I must reluctantly urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment in the nature of a substitute. return to the negotiating table, listen to workers and employers, and produce legislation that will empower workers and employers actually to create apprenticeships that are responsive to our modern economy. Sticking with an 80-year-old framework does not work in this day and time, Mr. Chairman. We must be responsible to current employers who want to promote apprenticeships but do not want to do it through a registered apprenticeship program that exists now. I commend my colleague for Pennsylvania for his comments earlier, and I would say that if I asked all of the Republican members of the committee, we would all say amen. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady's time has expired. The next speaker will be the gentleman from the Mariana Islands, Mr. Sablon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last four.
Gentleman's recognized.
For 83 years, the National Apprenticeship Act has proven its value, helping local economies grow and providing unprecedented career opportunities to young people. However, this very successful federally authorized workforce development program has not supported apprenticeships in the Marianas. Other insular areas as well have not enjoyed the benefits of registered apprenticeship programs. That inequity changes today. H.R. 8294 incorporates my bill, the Outlying Area Apprenticeship Expansion Act, to include the insular areas in the National Apprenticeship Act and to provide more than $11.2 million for over 5 years of funding to support the creation and expansion of apprenticeship programs in the Northern Marianas, Guam, the United States Virgin Islands, and American Samoa. Our island schools already provide students with some of the essential skills employers look for in prospective employees. But we need to build that connection between the classroom experience and the real world hands-on experience. Apprenticeships provide that connection, that last mile link between training and jobs. More so now at this time with the unemployment caused by the pandemic, we need to do even more to help people, prepare people to get to work. Apprenticeship programs is one proven way to do just that. And today's legislation will give more people access to apprenticeships and improve their skills necessary for successes in careers and in the workplace. I want to thank Chairwoman Davis for her hard work in this legislation and, of course, in the years prior as chair of the Higher Education Subcommittee. And I want to thank you also, Chairman Scott, for your leadership on apprenticeship. I want to thank the committee's majority staff for working closely with the Marianas Congressional Office on apprenticeships. I understand it is the committee's intent for the act to include the insular areas throughout its application and that a technical fix is thereby necessary to ensure they are fully included, as is this committee's intention. So I look forward to continuing to working with the committee on the technical fix as H.R. 8294 moves to the floor. I ask my colleagues to support the legislation and agree to favorably report H.R. 8294 to the House for its considerations. Thank you, Ms. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
Mr. Chairman, strike the last word, please.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I wish Chairwoman Davis as well all the best and appreciate the efforts. Everyone on this committee agrees that the National Apprenticeship Act is due for an update. In my hand, I hold something that I keep on the credenza behind my desk. It's a micrometer that my father used, had in his hand or in his pocket almost from the first memory I have of my dad in the early 50s when he would come home from work as a machinist, tool and die maker. This micrometer reminds me of the effort that my father took, having lost everything in the Great Depression, having started all over again. It was an apprenticeship program that enabled him to bring my family, my mother, my twin brother, and myself over time into the solid middle class on the south side of Chicago. This micrometer measured many tolerances. However, it certainly is out of date now. With the type of tolerances that a digital micrometer is capable of measuring, this would be out of date, but it reminds me of the value of apprenticeship programs. We need reforms that will strengthen and expand the traditional registered apprenticeship system while empowering employers and others to pursue work-based learning innovation. Sadly, this bill falls short on these goals and is a missed opportunity for bipartisanship. I've long said that everyone has a sweet spot in life and a unique path toward finding the career that best suits them. For some people, this might mean pursuing a 4-year degree, while for others, like my dad, an apprenticeship might be the answer. Whatever that path may be, it's critical that we look for innovative ways to provide educational opportunities for America's workers and ensure our workforce is prepared for the good-paying jobs of the 21st century. Under President Trump's administration, more than 430 companies and organizations have signed the Pledge to America's Workers, committing to provide more than 16 million new education and on-the-job learning opportunities for American students and workers. Developing a high-skilled workforce is critical as we seek to expand technologies like broadband and the 5G to underserved areas across the country. The COVID-19 crisis has highlighted the connectivity and the digital world are an integral part of our daily lives. However, as the telecom industry looks to deploy next-generation technologies, there will be tens of thousands of good-paying, high-skilled jobs with nobody to fill them. Unfortunately, the bill before us today would hinder the flexibility employers have to create programs that are responsive to workforce needs and the modern economy. It still clings to an 80-year-old system as the only way for utilizing apprenticeships to prepare workers. The economy and the workforce have evolved in the last 80 years, just like this micrometer. It's time for our apprenticeship system to evolve with it. For that reason, I must oppose this legislation and urge my colleagues to work with us on bipartisan solutions and produce legislation that will empower workers and employers to create apprenticeships that are responsive to our modern economy. I hold this micrometer on my desk as a reminder, as I said, of all that apprenticeships did to benefit my family as a result of my father being able to use this and having been trained in an apprenticeship program. But I also, this is obsolete. This doesn't meet the needs of the real world tool and die maker. We've moved on, digitized, and all of the rest. And so I appeal to my colleagues that we would spend the time necessary to upgrade, to offer other alternatives, to make the best solutions and training available for our apprentices, and the impact will be felt long-term on their families and on this great country as well. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from
Mr.
Oregon.
Chairman, this is Suzanne Bonamici, and I seek recognition to move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Throughout my years on this committee, I have consistently acknowledged the power and the value of higher education, but also recognize that not everyone is on this path, and it's important to have a path for everyone. So I'm grateful that we're marking up the National Apprenticeship Act today. In my home state of Oregon and around the country, registered apprenticeships, pre-apprenticeships, and youth apprenticeships are helping people access good paying jobs and economic security. This is especially important for women, people of color, and dislocated workers. Last year, I met with more than 30 apprentices and union leaders at the UA 290 Training Center in Tualatin, Oregon. I heard their stories. I heard from apprentices like Sade with Steamfitters Local 290. She said, I love what I do, and people who look like me coming into these spaces matters. And Jackie, who said that IBEW gave me a chance. These are life-changing opportunities for so many. Registered apprenticeships, pre-apprenticeships, and youth apprenticeships help workers, particularly those with barriers to employment, access meaningful jobs. This is even more important at this time in our country where hundreds of thousands of people are out of a job. Registered apprenticeships support meaningful upskilling and reskilling opportunities and employment services for displaced and dislocated workers. Furthermore, entire sectors of our economy were already on the brink of significant transformation before the pandemic and economic crisis, especially in the energy and manufacturing sectors. As a member of the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis, I joined my colleagues in releasing our bold, comprehensive climate action plan, which called for reauthorizing the National Apprenticeship Act to support the increasing demand for skilled workers in the clean energy sector. We need to rapidly scale up our investments in registered apprenticeships to recognize the future of work and respond to local workforce needs. And that's why I'm pleased to be co-leading this National Apprenticeship Act with Chair Davis to create nearly 1 million new registered apprenticeship, youth apprenticeship, and pre-apprenticeship positions over the next 5 years. Industry partnerships can be one helpful tool in scaling up registered apprenticeships. For example, the Oregon Manufacturing Innovation Center, or OMIC in Oregon, has brought together industry leaders with educational institutions such as Oregon Tech, Oregon State University, Portland State University, and Portland Community College to develop a registered apprenticeship program. This collaboration will result in growth, innovation, and efficiency in advanced manufacturing and a more skilled workforce. I looked at this model when working with Chair Davis and Representatives Ferguson and Guthrie to introduce the Promoting Apprenticeships through Regional Training Networks for Employers Required Skills, or Partners Act, to help small and medium-sized businesses develop registered apprenticeships. Our bipartisan bill invests existing federal dollars in industry partnerships that bring together employers, education, training, labor, and community-based organizations to create paid on-the-job training programs that meet the needs of employers and provide workers with important support services and training. The Partners Act would help industry partnerships like OMIC recruit workers, develop training curriculum, and provide workers with access to tools, work attire, transportation, childcare services, and mentorship support. These support services help businesses retain employees and help workers balance caring for and providing for their families. I'm grateful that Chair Davis incorporated many of our provisions in today's bill. Our workforce development system is tasked with making sure that all workers, particularly those with barriers to employment, have the skills they need for meaningful employment. During this time of turmoil, our existing workforce system is a nimble and important support for our workers. By supporting this National Apprenticeship Act, we can strengthen investments in registered apprenticeships, help workers across the country gain the skills and support services to provide themselves and their families, and boost our nation's economic recovery from the coronavirus pandemic. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment in the nature of a substitute in the underlying bill. And finally, I thank the subcommittee chair, Ms. Davis, for her leadership on this legislation and for her years of distinguished service. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson. Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity. Originally passed in 1937, the National Apprenticeship Act established the registered apprenticeship system that we've come to know. For more than 80 years, this system has provided many Americans with opportunities to learn tangible skills they need for high-wage, high-skill, and in-demand jobs that, quite frankly, lead to fulfilling careers. However, this law is in desperate need of reforms that will both strengthen and expand this traditional system while empowering employers and others to pursue work-based learning innovation. H.R. 8294 includes important updates to the law to address the first goal, yet it falls short of achieving the second goal. As co-chair of the Bipartisan Career and Technical Education Caucus, I've always supported and will continue to support legislation that promotes skills-based education for a 21st century economy. With that being said, we must acknowledge that the registered apprenticeship system created during the Great Depression will never be suitable by itself for a modern workforce. And on this point, this bill ignores the needs of our workers and economy. The Trump administration has taken tremendous steps to grow the number of high-quality apprenticeships and modernize work-based learning programs, especially through the Department of Labor's industry-recognized apprenticeship programs, or IRAPs. Now, this program is aimed to foster continued innovation that recognizes the dignity of all work and provides another tool for apprentices to move into meaningful work in our rapidly evolving economy. There's room for an all-of-the-above approach that both improves the register system while also allowing for future innovation and other earn and learn models. However, this legislation does not change the current status quo. For that reason, I must reluctantly urge my colleagues to oppose this bill so that we can return to the negotiating table and craft a bipartisan legislation that will empower workers and employers with programs that are responsive to our modern economy. And with that, I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I strongly support the National Apprenticeship Act put forward after so many months of intensive work by the chairwoman of our Higher Education Subcommittee, Susan Davis, of my own home state of California. She represents a constituency that is about an hour and a half south of me, and long have admired her service, both to the state of California and to our nation. And she is leaving us, and she leaves behind an amazing legacy of advocating for education issues, also issues within our defense policy-making space. And to Ms. Davis, I salute your amazing career, and I know you're going to continue to do great things in your own community. And it's been a pleasure to serve with you. And it pains me that we're going to end this Congress without doing something which makes so much sense. We know that the malaise that so much of our country lives in, and the solution is right before us, the economic malaise, the malaise in terms of our ability to have the traditional hallmark of our nation's economy, which is economic mobility. $70,000 a year starting salary without a four-year degree is a no-brainer, and it's frustrating that we spent the last 4 years under this administration unable to get this done, and we're so close. We're so close. I remind my friends on the other side of the aisle that registered apprenticeships, the so-called thing you find fault with, is 94% successful. 94% of those who go through registered apprenticeships, what you're poo-pooing, is 94% successful. I dare say the gentleman from Michigan's father who went through an apprenticeship, that was a registered apprenticeship. If it isn't broke, don't fix it. And I'm open to that we need to have other industries besides the construction trades be involved in these apprenticeships. The construction trades do an amazing thing. They actually pay the apprentices the minimum wage and then some. They get paid to be trained, and they only train people for whom they actually have jobs for, so there's no waste of time. We can do the same for other industries in the tech sector and the health sector. And let's not get bogged down into that they need to be freed from one-size-fits-all regulations. They've testified before a committee that they're expanding registered apprenticeship. All registered means is they have to meet a certain level of quality and not be allowed to get around protections that we have for the young people or anybody who wants to enter these apprenticeships. We need to have some guardrails, and to say that's one size fits all and too much regulatory nonsense from Washington, that's a lot of nonsense too. And my friends on the other side of the aisle, you know this. We cannot end this Congress without passing a National Apprenticeship Act that so many Americans need. And we have so many positions and jobs that simply don't need a four-year degree. We all agree that we need to give our fellow Americans access to opportunities. And it pains me that an ideological position of this Department of Labor, for which I'm going to accuse my friends of covering for. That is what's being protected here, the ideology of some bureaucrats in this current Department of Labor is preventing us from getting this bill done. There's nothing wrong with registered apprenticeships. They're 94% successful. And we need to increase the funding so that more Americans can do this. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope that before we go home, or even during the lame duck session, that we are going to pay respects to an amazing legacy career of my colleague from California, and that we're going to get an apprenticeship bill done before the end of this term in Congress, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser. Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I seek to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
So the National Apprenticeship Act did many good things over the years, particularly years back. The idea of thinking that if it's not broken, don't fix it. I wonder where we'd all be if Steve Jobs would have felt that way, if the Wright brothers would have felt that way. Perhaps we'd all still be riding a horse. The National Apprenticeship Act is long overdue for an update. Originally passed in 1937. That's a little while ago. The law is in desperate need of reforms that will strengthen and expand the traditional registered apprenticeship system while empowering employers and others to pursue work-based learning innovation. Unfortunately, this bill falls short of achieving the second goal. And I wonder why. This bill does not acknowledge that giving workers and employers more autonomy to create programs that are responsive to today's workforce needs. I've heard firsthand, anybody who goes out and visited businesses will hear firsthand as well, that the current system is cumbersome and restrictive and should be far more inclusionary to the skills needed for 21st century manufacturing, logistics, services, research, healthcare, IT, just to name a few career opportunities. The Trump administration has taken important steps to increase the number of high-quality apprenticeships into work-based learning programs, on-the-job training, by working directly and hearing from directly small businesses and the real world, not Washington. The Republicans are proposing an alternative that would build off the administration's success, reduce the paperwork burden on states by allowing them to submit state plans under the pre-existing framework of the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, rather than forcing them to establish a duplicative application process. Our approach would also provide states with additional discretion over how they spend their money, instead of the federal government dictating where their dollars need to go. These programs need to focus on the employment needs of small businesses and incorporate their desire to cross-train employees, which is essential in today's workplace, accelerate learning, and expand opportunities. Expand apprentice and career opportunities that millions of our young people are seeking. Why wouldn't we? There is room for an all-of-the-above approach that both improves the registered system while also allowing the additional future innovation and other earn and learn models. The economy and the workforce have evolved in the last 80 years. It is time for our apprenticeship system to evolve with it. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill so that we can listen to workers and employers and produce legislation that will empower workers and employers to create apprenticeships that match well to today's economy and today's American worker. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
And gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition to strike the last word.
Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak today in strong support of the National Apprenticeship Act of 2020, but I also want to acknowledge the incredible work and the service of Chair Susan Davis. Ms. Davis, it's been a pleasure working with you. Service is the rent we pay for living on this earth, and thank you for keeping yours paid up. You know, at a time when we face hardships unlike anything seen since the Great Depression, this legislation is a lifeline for our economy and for countless of Americans, including those in my home state of North Carolina. This legislation creates nearly 1 million new apprenticeship opportunities. Registered apprenticeships boast decades of proven success, and according to the Department of Labor, 94% of people who finish registered apprenticeships are employed upon completion, earning an average starting wage of above $70,000 annually. That has already been said. But with a projected yield of over $10 billion in net benefits for the American people, we know that this is a safe and smart investment. I'm also pleased that this legislation includes my bill, the Apprenticeship Access for All Act. This language will ensure the Department of Labor advances programs that promote the recruitment, the employment, and retention of people of color, individuals with disabilities, and individuals facing barriers to employment, especially in high-skilled, high-wage, and in-demand industry sectors and occupations. After all, we must be sure that everyone has access to opportunity, particularly in the workforce. My Republican colleagues have long spoken about their support for apprenticeships and for the goals and programs outlined in this legislation. So to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I say join us. Join us in an effort to ensure our workforce gets the investment it needs and the support it deserves. Join us in supporting legislation that shows that every American that are seen, that they are heard, and that we care deeply about providing them pathways to a stable future. Join us in upholding Congress's commitment and obligation to serve every American. Now more than ever, there's no time to waste. We need to pass this very necessary legislation. Join us. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I first want to associate myself with Mr. Courtney's comments about Congresswoman Davis. It's been a pleasure to work with you, Susan, for the past 12 years. And thank you for the job well done. In our great state of Tennessee, we have a group of technical schools called the Tennessee College of Applied Technology. There are 26 of them, and every person in our state is within an hour of that. Some of those are approved apprenticeships, some are not. And just to give you some data, about 97% of the folks who finish a course get a job in that, and 80% of the people who start, or about that, finish in their career path, and 100% graduate with zero debt. That is a huge, and we have used that in our state to educate so many people. And my comment about this is it shouldn't be government or private. It shouldn't be one or the other. It should be the government and the private sector, and you're seeing that right now in the development of therapeutics and a vaccine for the COVID epidemic, where the best of government and the best of the private sector are working together. So my question is, why couldn't it be both? I've spent over 40 years in medical education, and who better to educate a student that I'm going to hire than me? And we're going to hire someone who has the skills to do what I need them to do. So I think you need both. I certainly very much support apprenticeship programs. And I think we can get to a yes for both sides of the aisle. I do want to spend just a minute or two, Mr. Chairman, on some information. I was on a call with the governor last night. I think it's very important for all our members, and I'm going to make sure I email this to the chair, and he can get it out to all the members. But this is the Tennessee released data yesterday showing significant learning losses among K through 12 students because of COVID. And the governor and the Tennessee Department of Education released estimated data regarding learning loss for Tennessee students resulting from COVID-19 school closures through the summer months. Preliminary data projects an estimated 50% decrease in proficiency rates in third graders in reading and a projected 65% decrease in proficiency in math. And basically it was said this data highlights the immense challenges that the COVID-19 pandemic has created for our students and our educators. And while many students traditionally experience learning loss over the summer, we all know that, projections show that the learning loss from March through closures until the start was 2.5 times the normal summer rate. And I mean, this is a huge loss, and this study came from the OECD. And it was not done just by the state of Tennessee. The research from the OECD on the economics of education shows that each additional year of schooling increases life income by an average of 7.5% to 10%. Further, a loss of 1/3 of a school year in effective learning for just the students affected by closures of the early 2020 will, by historical data, lower a country's GDP by an average of 1.5% over the remainder of the century. That was mind-boggling to me when I read that last night. And so I would encourage all of you to do that. We have a huge challenge on our hands just to figure out how to get these students back up to the level they need to be. And I think it's a challenge for the country, and I'm quite concerned about that, and I wanted to submit this for the record without
objection.
Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have a number of members wanting to be recognized on our side. Norcross, Jayapal, Wild, McBath, Levin, Morelli, Trone, and Shalala. And Ms. Wilson. A gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Subcommittee Chairwoman Davis for her advocacy and her passion on this issue about apprenticeships. We literally traveled the world listening to how many other countries have done it, certainly how we do it in this world. I also want to take a moment to thank Dr. Rowe for his years of service, who is also retiring. You can disagree without being disagreeable. And this is something that, when I'm hearing at the last moment, the difficulties with very little of this bill, but the talking points that are coming out of the Republican club is just driving me nuts. Let's talk about the real world, people who are looking for jobs and how important that is. 1937, it was established, we know. But old doesn't make it bad. If it did, many people in this room wouldn't be here. Registered apprenticeship programs are so important. As you know, I went to that other four-year school. It's called an apprenticeship. And I can't tell you how important it was to help shape my life. It's not every member that goes from the construction site to Congress. It's something I'm very proud of, that I take those experiences. That I was one of four boys. My brothers went to college route. They liked that. It didn't fit me, much like the father of Dr. Wahlberg. Just so important. Different way of doing things, but just as successful, just as proud as my brother who was a doctor, my other brother who's a lawyer. My parents are as proud of all of us. And we need to remember that when we tell kids, gee, you have to go to 4 years of college to be successful. No, you don't. And apprenticeships is a great way to do that, an excellent way. You know, right now, we keep saying Washington approach. Companies can train their people, educate their people any way they want. They don't need help from us at all. None. They can do it today. What you see is an administration that's trying to change a policy of registered programs, creating standards. Let me give you a story, a very real one that's happening today. The storms, the hurricanes that have been devastating our southern coast. The power gets knocked out. So what happens? There's something called a storm break. collectively across this country, line persons come together, go down there to help that area of the country. Could be your district right now. And imagine if they all had their own apprenticeship program with zero standards. You're literally talking about killing people when you talk about cutting the registered apprenticeship programs. The safety standards that go into apprenticeship programs are across the board. So when you put 6 different utilities on the same project who are dealing with tens of thousands of volts that would wipe out a human in a heartbeat, and they all have a different way of doing it. That's why standards are important. But nobody's saying that a very unique new program that might come up has a way of training their standards differently. We're not saying no to that. But for the areas collectively, particularly in construction, where the ebbs and flows of work change in a particular area, so they travel around the country. You want standards. Employers want standards so they know when they hire that person, the basic standards of that trade are the same. This is common sense, the things that you would do with your own money. That's why I'm so proud of what Ms. Davis has done. Really tried to bring us all together. And I implore you to try to start to listen to the people. I spent those 4 years, and I've listened ever since then. We seem to forget what the average guy and gal are hearing and wanting to do. And I want to thank her for putting in 4 of the components of bills I have: the apprenticeship hubs across America, 21st century energy workforce, offshore wind jobs, and the PATH Act. This is a historic opportunity for us to modernize certain areas of the Apprenticeship Act without destroying those critically important issues. And I implore everybody here in this room and online to come together, stop thinking about your damn re-election, and start thinking about the people. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman
Mr. Chairman.
Hello. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, seek recognition. Gentleman from Pennsylvania. Is he on mute? I think you're unmuted, Mr. Keller. There you go.
He's unmuted.
Okay,
Oh,
gentleman
thank
from
you.
Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that we all want the same thing when we talk about opportunity and apprenticeships. It's not any one side or the other. It's about making sure we have qualified people that can earn a good living. Unfortunately, this bill doesn't hit that mark, and we'll have to pose this legislation as it's written. As someone who comes from private industry, I'm a strong proponent of career and technical education, valuable training, and expertise offered by hands-on apprenticeship programs. However, I cannot support this bill as it fails to address the need for meaningful reform to the National Apprenticeship Act. Especially now, we should be focused on modernizing the registered apprenticeship program and to expand opportunities for thousands of individuals entering and re-entering the workforce. We should be offering a diverse array of skills-based and technical education that incorporates 21st century approach to apprenticeships. Unfortunately, this bill fails to do that in its current form. Given the wide support for this issue on both sides of the aisle, I remain hopeful that at some point we'll work together to support bipartisan legislation. In the meantime, I will support the amendment in the nature of the substitute that provides an all-encompassing approach that addresses the needs of businesses and individuals in the 21st century. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
So go to who? Jayapal. Thank you, gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from Washington seeks recognition. Ms. Jayapal.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much to Subcommittee Chairwoman Davis for your leadership in introducing the National Apprenticeship Act and for the tremendous service you have given to the country. I know you will continue to do that even as you leave this body. I want to thank Chairman Scott for bringing this bill to markup. Registered apprenticeships are an important pathway to the middle class, assisting workers moving into skilled and middle class jobs. And I say this knowing my husband came up through a bricklayer apprenticeship, and so I just associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Norcross. I think that lived experience brings so much to bear. As many workers struggle with job loss during COVID, apprenticeships offer an alternative, paid and well-regulated option, and can help with job creation and job transition. But there are barriers that keep many disadvantaged and unrepresented workers from starting and staying in apprenticeships, barriers Congress has the power to address as we reauthorize the National Apprenticeship Act. The NAA includes my bill, the Apprenticeship Futures for All Act, in its entirety. And I thank Chairman Scott and Committee Chairwoman Davis for ensuring that the Apprenticeship Futures for All Act was included. I introduced the Apprenticeship Futures for All Act to ensure that more of our communities can access and successfully complete apprenticeships. Although apprenticeships are a promising pathway to stable, well-paid jobs, key groups are too often gravely underrepresented in the apprenticeship system, including people of color, women, and people with disabilities. Many times, these communities face structural barriers to participation. When I was a state senator in the Washington State Legislature, we addressed these barriers by creating a bipartisan bill, the Washington State Pre-Apprenticeship Support Services Program, or PASS. This program helps members of unrepresented groups complete their pre-apprenticeships by addressing barriers such as the lack of reliable transportation or even the inability to afford work boots, sometimes things we don't think about. This program has yielded incredibly impressive results with a graduation rate of 92%. And I'm so proud to hear about the many success stories in this program, like two recent PASS program participants who completed their pre-apprenticeship programs and successfully transitioned into becoming third-year iron workers. One of the participants completed part of her training while incarcerated and relied on PASS support to complete her training once released. Now, it takes time to give back, educating new potential apprentices and guidance counselors about apprenticeship as a pathway to employment for young women. The Apprenticeship Futures for All Act builds on my state's past program success. The act requires a portion of federal apprenticeship grant funding to go to emergency grants for apprentices, pre-apprentices, and youth apprentices. These grants provide funds to help apprentices who need help to enroll in or complete their programs and can be used for costs such as supplies, equipment, courses, transportation, childcare, and housing. By providing these funds, we're making a long-term investment in the earnings potential of these workers. The Act also improves diversity and inclusion in apprenticeships by providing funding to qualified intermediaries that support groups that have been unrepresented in the apprenticeship process, such as women, people of color.
I think Ms. Jayapal, you're muted at this point. Ms. Jayapal?
Forward to voting in favor of the National Apprenticeship Act, and I urge my colleagues to do so as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Next is my colleague from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Chairwoman Davis. It was an honor to serve on the Subcommittee on Higher Ed and Workforce Investment under her leadership, and I want to thank my good friend Phil Rowe for his leadership and mentoring to this naive freshman during this term. I agree with my colleague across the aisle, Congressman Norcross, who said you don't have to have a four-year degree to be a success. Apprenticeships offer a lucrative pathway to profitable careers. Through earn and learn opportunities, they're able to consistently align programs with current market demands. By allowing apprenticeship programs to work directly with employers and businesses, we can help close the skills gap that currently exists, in which nearly half of all job creators struggle to hire employees with the right skills for the job. The most successful states and apprenticeship models that we have seen are those that allow innovation to occur at the grassroots and at the state level, Businesses have expressed concerns over having the Department of Labor dictate the skills that businesses must provide to apprentices in addition to burdensome reporting requirements. Therefore, it's imperative that we have options available that are not rigidly structured by the federal government so that apprenticeship programs can be designed in a manner that best meet the needs of our diverse local communities. Accordingly, states should encourage apprenticeships to be responsive to the workforce through business-led programs. I'm glad that this committee has put a focus on holding hearings and markups on apprenticeships, but we must concentrate our efforts on ways that allow local businesses and states to further engage with their future employees and to adjust their programs accordingly. The more options available to apprentices, the more successful our nation will be. I pose this amendment in the nature of a substitute because we should encourage the private sector and states to continue to innovate and allow them to further strengthen America's workforce. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. First, I'd like to extend my thanks and my highest regard to Representative Davis for her hard work on this bill. And as her housemate, I can tell you that her work has indeed been around the clock. I support H.R. 8294, the National Apprenticeship Act of 2020. This bill draws upon important lessons of our past. COVID-19 has exposed shortcomings in our national workforce infrastructure, but those shortcomings are the result of a long history of making only marginal investments in our national apprenticeship model. Those marginal investments are particularly pronounced when compared with more successful models abroad. In response to the Great Recession of 2008, Congress invested significant funding in our workforce systems in the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009. And in this Congress, we made investments through the CARES Act, but only as this crisis spiraled. While COVID-19 has undoubtedly contributed to our nation's current economic forecast, back in October of 2019, months before the pandemic hit, 2/3 of economic forecasters believed that United States manufacturing was already in a recession, according to the Wall Street Journal. It should not take a recession to invest in workers in communities like mine. Lehigh, Northampton, and Monroe counties in Pennsylvania 7 are replete with potential, but it is critical that we invest in times of prosperity too. Believe me, they're worth it. This bill, the National Apprenticeship Act of 2020, resets our national approach. It makes long-term investments through fiscal year 25, regardless of our economic fortunes or misfortunes. It authorizes $400 million for fiscal year 21, with funds increasing annually by $100 million until fiscal year 25. The bill provides competitive grants for participating employers and industries to incentivize the hiring of apprentices. At the same time, it provides workers with the opportunity to earn while they learn and complete an apprenticeship with portable credentials or licenses without incurring hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. In addition, I am glad that this legislation emphasizes the importance of apprenticeship programs for high-need social service occupations, like apprenticeship programs for early childhood educators. This summer, I was proud to partner with my colleague across the aisle, Congressman Guthrie of Kentucky, to introduce our bipartisan bill, the Early Educators Apprenticeship Act. Our legislation will help meet the increasing demand for early childhood educators by supporting and expanding states' efforts to develop, administer, and evaluate early childhood education apprenticeships. Nationwide, states are experiencing a shortage of early childhood educators, which is only being exacerbated by the coronavirus pandemic. Early childhood education apprenticeship programs will help alleviate this shortage by providing on-the-job learning opportunities for future teachers and encouraging educators to enter and advance in this field. To be clear, failure to pass the National Apprenticeship Act because of its price tag would be short-sighted. For every dollar invested in our registered apprenticeship system, we see a return of $28 in benefits. That return on investment makes it all the more confounding that the United States currently invests just $195 of public money per apprentice, while a system like Canada spends $1,300 per apprentice. That's what the investment world would call opportunity cost. Today, unemployment rates are at or near 10%, peaking at more than 13% in April 2020. Workers have been displaced and future job seekers are seeing that colleges are increasingly conducting remote learning, but without reduction to the tuition rates charged for in-person learning. Those numbers may turn around naturally over time, but that doesn't mean that we should delay making long-term investments today. I urge passage of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank Subcommittee Chairwoman Representative Davis for her dedication and her complete commitment towards creating additional opportunities for America's workforce. Thank you so much for that. In the midst of our country's worst economic crisis in decades, when millions have been left without a job, we're faced with the stark realization that we will need to prepare our constituents for the jobs of the future. There is no doubt that for many Americans, these are very, very dark economic times. In order to better serve them, we must invest in our workforce and invest in the American dream. This bill is the first step in moving boldly forward in the face of a very uncertain economy. The Registered Apprenticeship Program has been training and preparing generations of workers for decades. It has proven to be a pathway to prosperity and entry for many into the middle class of America, and yet less than 1% of the entire workforce has completed an apprenticeship. I'm supporting the amendment in the nature of a substitute in the underlying text, H.R. 8294, the National Apprenticeship Act, because the funding and provisions in this bill will expand opportunities for participation in registered apprenticeships across the nation. I believe my home state of Georgia is the best state in this country to do business, and by supporting registered apprenticeship programs, we can ensure that it remains the top state. There are now registered apprenticeship programs in over 20 technical colleges in Georgia, giving Georgians the skills and the knowledge that they need for a successful long-term career. And we're working to expand apprenticeship opportunities and diversify the industries in which they are available. And the National Apprenticeship Act will help make that possible. Apprenticeships provide opportunities for both young, aspiring professionals and businesses in our communities. This bill will better prepare our future workers through hands-on training. Businesses will again gain the benefit of a more skilled and productive workforce, and registered apprenticeships make our cities, states, and our country better prepared for the work of the 21st century. By supporting registered apprenticeships, we not only uplift those taking part in these programs, but we're also ensuring a better future for their families. 94% of those who complete registered apprenticeships earn an average annual starting wage of $70,000. Congresswoman Davis's National Apprenticeship Act would inject a much-needed funding to further support a successful workforce program at a time when our nation needs it the most. We know that rural, urban, and suburban communities will have differing needs and job markets. This bill brings together community stakeholders to shape programs to meet the specific professional needs of the local community. I encourage my colleagues to also support the amendment in the nature of a substitute and as well as the underlying bill. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Gentleman from Allen is recognized and yields to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I'd like to thank the gentleman for yielding. Wanted to respond to some of the statements that have been made, specifically my colleague from across the aisle, Mr. Norcross. I very much respect his background, the fact that he started on the construction trades and is now sitting here in Congress. It's been my experience as well. He's not the only one in that situation. I was actually the first in my family to graduate from high school, and I paid for my tuition at a private Christian school by hanging drywall at night and learning the construction trade. Provided tremendous opportunity for me throughout my career, bought a small company right out of high school, and grew that company into an organization that employed several hundred people. We were a leader in the type of construction we were doing in South Central Pennsylvania, creating hundreds of family-sustaining, good-paying jobs. And the business is still in operation today, run by a brother who was a partner of mine at that time. We specifically trained our employees through, and wanted to do so through, an apprenticeship program. When we applied for registration of the program, we found it was very, very difficult to do so for several reasons. But it was required that we get approval by the State Board of Apprenticeship for a program, and they were hesitant to provide that approval, and I'll talk a little bit about that. But what we're talking about here is scalability. Like, how can we scale up the number of people who can benefit from on-the-job training through an apprenticeship program? Today, I think there are about 633,000 apprentices that are participating in registered apprenticeship, about 633,000, compared to a total private workforce of over 100 million. So think about that. Less than half a percentage, or about half a percentage, of the total people, individuals employed in the private workforce are registered in an apprenticeship program and are benefiting from that. We're talking about wanting to scale this far beyond that, and we are outpaced dramatically by other countries. Switzerland, for instance, had a conversation, and I know everyone's familiar with this, but European countries are well ahead of us on apprenticeships. Switzerland has apprenticed in up to 230 occupations, far outpacing where we are. Why? Because we have made it difficult to register new apprenticeships. We have not given that kind of flexibility that is required and that we're asking for in this bill. One of the other issues I'd like to just briefly talk about is there's also there are individuals on the other side of the aisle who want to restrict apprenticeship programs or make it difficult or have different rules for those who are in a bargaining agreement, union companies versus non-union. And that was one of the reasons we were able at my company, we found it difficult to register an apprenticeship program. I just want to point out some figures. 11% of the entire workforce today is employed with a union. 11% of the entire workforce. That means 88% of those working today are employed at non-union companies. If you look at the private sector alone, 94% are employed with non-union companies. And what we're asking for is that we provide the kind of scalability, the flexibility, so that all workers across our entire country can benefit from apprenticeship programs. That's the difference. That is the difference in the two sides of the aisle here. We believe there's an opportunity to expand far beyond what we have today. We think is absolutely critical to our workforce. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Andy Levin. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to join in thanking the subcommittee chairwoman, Representative Davis of California. It's been an honor to serve with you on the committee and the subcommittee, and I particularly want to thank her for mentoring all of us freshmen who've populated these halls this last couple of years. And I'm really proud to play a part in reauthorizing the National Apprenticeship Act. Each year, apprenticeships give hundreds of thousands of Americans the opportunity to actually get paid while they pursue their education and gain on-the-job experience. When apprentices complete their programs, they leave with high-quality, portable, nationally recognized credentials. In fact, 94% of apprentices find employment after finishing their programs, and employers benefit too. Every dollar spent on an apprentice yields $1.47 for a firm. When we pass this bill, we'll make sure apprenticeships continue to produce success for businesses and reliable opportunities for Americans. Let me talk about the piece of this package I was proud to craft, and that's the Standards Act, my bill to codify quality assurance standards and protections for apprentices. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for including it. We have to make sure Americans entering apprenticeships know that their rights will be protected. We must also make sure Americans are given equal opportunities to take part in apprenticeships. That's why this bill requires targeted outreach to women and people of color, ensuring they're not excluded from these rewarding career opportunities. And I know personally how rewarding these experiences can be. I was never a certified apprentice like my brother, Mr. Norcross, but I spent 2 summers working construction to help pay my way through college. One of them was in an apprenticeship program, and both summers were really formative experiences, so I'd like to say a word about them both. The summer after my freshman year in college, I worked a non-union construction job as a carpenter's helper, building one of the office buildings in downtown Bethesda. It was highly entertaining with lots of characters and not a lot of rules. And I think I made around $8 an hour, which seemed like a lot to me. At the time, it was well above the minimum wage. I made some money and learned a few skills. The next summer, I worked a union job as a carpenter's apprentice, building the elevator shaft at the Tenleytown Metro Station here in DC. The difference was like night and day. As an apprentice, I got real training in the skills needed to master the carpentry craft. I made 50% more money than I had made the summer before, plus much better benefits. And the job was much, much safer. Based on my first summer's experience, I thought people stepping on nails and tripping over piles of scrap wood was just part of the scene. The second summer, I learned that safety is job one on the path to becoming a journeyman carpenter. I've never forgotten those lessons about the power of a union and the genius of the apprenticeship model, integrating as it does education, safety, and legitimate middle-class compensation. What could be more American than that? Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add a word about innovation and flexibility and the possibility of having various models of people earning while they learn. You know, when I ran the Michigan workforce system, I created a program called Earn and Learn Michigan, which I think is still going on in some places. And I created 2 pre-apprenticeship programs, the Road Construction Apprenticeship Readiness Program and one for Environmental Construction Apprenticeship Readiness. And there are a lot of innovative models, and we ought to try them. But we cannot pursue innovation at the expense of standards of decency and standards that really yield excellent careers for American workers. This bill delivers the goods, and I'm really proud to support it, and I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Time has expired. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, seeks recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Joe Morelli, and I move to strike the last word on the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Gentleman,
thank you, Mr.
gentleman's
Chairman.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you to to you and your staff for making this markup possible today. Amid the challenging and catastrophic pandemic, I'm grateful that the committee under your leadership has not only worked to address the needs of Americans as they grapple with the COVID-19, but have also looked ahead and prepared for the challenges that our nation will face as we recover. The critical workforce development policy being discussed today is a key part of that economic recovery. So I'm very grateful for your work and your leadership. I'd like to add my voice of thanks to our colleague, Congresswoman Davis, for her work on the National Apprenticeship Act. This comprehensive legislation is a testament to her leadership as chair of the Higher Ed and Workforce Investment Subcommittee, and I look forward to its successful passage and thank her generally for her extraordinary leadership to our country and wish her all the very best in her future endeavors. Skilled workers are the backbone of our economy, and the apprenticeships provide a unique opportunity to grow and expand access to this workforce. The success of entrepreneurship programs is well established. According to the Department of Labor, 94% of apprentices are employed after completing their apprenticeships, earning an average starting wage of $70,000 annually. It's an extraordinary number. And not only do apprenticeship programs provide pathways to meaningful and sustainable careers, they're critical to expanding our nation's skilled workforce. When I meet with local businesses, which I try to do prior to the pandemic on a weekly basis back home in Rochester, New York, I regularly hear that the greatest challenge being faced by our economic leaders is finding skilled labor to fill positions and keeping their businesses thriving. Apprenticeships provide an invaluable pathway to engage workers, establish connections with high-demand industries, and set workers on a path to a rewarding, sustainable career. I've probably often said in this committee, my dad was a member of Local 13, which is pipe fitters, and spent a whole career working on pneumatic controls, skills he learned in an apprenticeship program. I'm also proud that a bill that I co-lead with my colleague, Representative Trahan, H.R. 8317, has been included in the base text of the National Apprenticeship Act. Our bill helps scale up participation among populations not typically engaged in apprenticeships, as well as expand opportunities into new high-demand industries. That critical piece of legislation will bolster our nation's apprenticeship programs, build up much-needed skilled labor force, and open doors for businesses and workers alike. So these apprenticeship programs are more critical now than ever before, and as we grapple with long-term economic impacts of COVID-19, become even more important. And so I applaud the committee for their work, for your leadership, Mr. Chairman, for Ms. Davis' leadership, and urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation. With that, I will yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Does the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Trone, seek recognition? The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Trone, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Hello?
Okay, I can hear you.
Am I up?
Yep. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word. I think you're muted, Mr. Trone. There you go.
I think I'm on mute.
You're good now. You're good now.
I think I'm up.
You're good now, and you've been recognized. You're good now, and you're recognized. You just muted him again. Now he's unmuted. Now he's muted. Now he's unmuted.
Okay, we're good to go?
Yes.
Okay. Took a little technology problem. Sorry about that. We were on a different call. Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Your gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
First, I want to thank Susan Davis. Susan has been leading the Higher Education Workforce Investment Subcommittee, which I've been privileged to serve on, and has obviously driven this bill legislation, but just done a superb job, and it's just been an awesome leader, and I can't thank her enough for all her work and wish her the best as she sails on to conquer new world. So something my colleagues on both sides of the aisle are able to agree on is the importance of improving reentry outcomes for justice-impacted individuals. 600,000 people return to their communities each year after serving time in state and federal prison. We know these individuals face significant obstacles to employment, often having limited vocational skills, work experience, and a conviction history, and big gaps in employment. That makes re-entering the workforce challenging. High-quality pre-apprenticeship programs and apprenticeship programs that help justice-impacted individuals overcome those obstacles with training, education, and nationally recognized credentials that show employers they can do the job. These programs improve the occupational outlook for those that are involved with justice, leading to lower rates of recidivism, unemployment, in the long run, save money. This legislation today contains provisions for a bill I've been working on to create pathways from prison to employment so that people in the community can build a stable, productive life. It's not just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. I'm very proud to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Shalala.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased that we are reauthorizing a program that has not been authorized since 1937, a time of great uncertainty, a constricting economy, and high unemployment, much like now. Mr. Chairman, this legislation is a fitting legacy and tribute to the persistence and the skillful leadership of Representative Susan Davis. And I want to join my colleagues in congratulating her. Mr. Chairman, this legislation is personal for me. As Representative Fudge knows, I graduated from a technical high school in Cleveland, Ohio, West Tech, in which a quarter of all of my graduating class entered apprenticeships after doing pre-apprenticeship training in high school. But in addition to that, every generation of my family has had at least one person who has participated in an apprenticeship program, and most recently, one of my young cousins finished and is now a master electrician and was just hired by one of the community colleges to put together their electrician's apprenticeship, pre-apprenticeship program and to teach in it. But investments in apprenticeship systems are always a good investment. Apprentices work alongside experienced workers in one of 1,200 nationally recognized occupations while receiving instructions. And as has been said, 94% of apprentices are employed after completing their apprenticeships, and they move into the middle class, and my family is a perfect example. And so it's time to expand the program to other sectors of the economy. And this will allow DOL to provide additional support to employers in non-traditional industries. I also hope that this pandemic, along with this bill, will encourage more remote learning in apprenticeship programs, possibly opening the door for people who have had difficulty scheduling classes, like those with childcare issues or transportation issues. In Florida, we have a
We apparently have lost the audio. Ms. Shalala?
in apprenticeship programs. Apprentices have higher retention rates.
Ms. Shalala, could you pause for a moment? Can you hear? Did you, I think, gentlelady yields back, and thank you. The next on the list is the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wilson. Does she seek recognition? Wilson. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wilson, do you seek recognition? Does anyone else seek recognition? Just a minute. Gentlelady from Florida, seek recognition? Okay. She just said no.
No, she's nodding, but you don't know if somebody's in the office. Is she talking to
Hello, everyone. We are waiting for reconnection to the 2175 hearing room. In fact, I just seen it pop up now. I'm going to unmute, and I think that we should be hearing. 2175, confirmed. We can hear you. 2175 hearing room, we can hear you.
This is the chair. Can the members on the platform hear me?
Yes.
On the virtual platform.
Yes, we are on.
The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wilson, are you seeking recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I rise to strike the last word.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Fox. I want to say thanks to the subcommittee chairwoman, Susan Davis, for all of the hard that she has done to bring this bill to this point. And to the ranking member, given the state of our economy in this pandemic, it is critical that we turn over every stone to look to put in good, high-paying, sustainable jobs. I think this is especially true in districts like mine. I represent one of the poorest districts in the country, and I fight every day to provide the young men and women there with opportunities to improve their lives and find jobs that pay a living wage. Apprenticeships are a win-win proposition for both employers and for workers. These training programs help build a pipeline of highly skilled workers who, once hired, are prepared on day one to produce the quality goods and services American businesses need to remain competitive in the global marketplace. The Registered Apprenticeship Program has been a pathway to highly skilled, high-paying jobs since 1937. This is a much-needed reauthorization that will expand the reach of this program in a time when it is most needed. We all agree it is most needed. This legislation will invest more than $3.5 billion to create nearly 1 million additional apprenticeship opportunities across the nation. So I'm especially interested in the new $400 million grant program that supports in part the expansion of free apprenticeships and youth apprenticeships will increase 100 million annually through 2025. These grant programs will provide the youth in our communities like mine with opportunities to build skills and launch careers that can provide for them and for their families. Mr. Chairman, this is more than just good policy. It is good common sense, and it is timely policy. Millions of Americans are currently receiving unemployment benefits. Jobs are ending and many will not return. It is estimated that more than 7 million jobs lost during the pandemic will not return. Those Americans need new skills to compete in a vastly different economy than the one we just went through 6 months ago. For those reasons, I will support the National Apprenticeship Reauthorization Act of 2020, and I urge all of my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, to do the same. Susan Davis, yield back.
Will the gentlelady yield to the gentlelady from California the time you have remaining? Ms. Wilson? I think, no, she's, Ms. Wilson?
Yes?
Will you yield the remaining time to the gentlelady from California?
I so ordered.
Thank you. Gentlelady from California has been yielded the balance of the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I want to thank my colleague. I want to thank all my colleagues who have had such kind words. I greatly appreciate it and look forward to completing our work on this bill as well. I wanted to just say one or two things because it's been said many times. I think that we have kind of mischaracterized what innovation in apprenticeship programs is all about, and I have some colleagues who have spoken to this very well. The reality is that there are many, many apprenticeships that are working in very innovative ways today, and I don't think we want to take away from those. And the reason I say that particularly is because I have the information here from the Department of Labor when they were speaking to innovative grants at North Carolina State University, co-led really with IBM. And those certainly are grants, 4-year grant programs focusing on artificial intelligence. Nobody thinks that those are not innovative, and the reality is all the programs, as I can tell, that they list, that they tout, that they endorse, are all registered apprenticeship programs. So we really have nothing to look to right now, and we're going to have more discussions about this, but I wanted to be sure we understood that. The other thing that has really stuck in my mind, having been on the bipartisan trip to Switzerland to look specifically at apprenticeship programs, is their admonition that there are many, many ways to support industry, to support employers. And the one thing that you don't want to do is to take away the acceptance and the prestige for apprenticeship programs. And the one way that they fear that can be done is if they don't have the standards and then they are not registered throughout the country. So that's important. They stress that, and I just want to be sure that we understood that because a lot of us participated and it wasn't a bipartisan fashion. We may have come away with different ideas and thoughts, but their program is a success. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there others that seek to be recognized on the amendment in nature of a substitute? Are there others that seek recognition on the amendment in nature of a substitute? If not, we will begin with members who have amendments to the amendment in nature of a substitute. Does anyone have an amendment? Gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment, Stefanik R201.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment. I ask unanimous request to dispense with the reading.
Okay, clerk will designate the amendment first. Okay.
Okay.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8294, titled R201, offered by Ms. Stefanik of New York.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Engaging more.
Just a minute.
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, this is Susan Davis, and I seek recognition to reserve a point of order.
Gentlelady reserves a point of order. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Engaging more Americans in apprenticeship opportunities will require a robust pipeline of workers with the base qualifications and workplace competencies to succeed in an apprentice program. H.R. 8294 adds new requirements for pre-apprenticeship programs in order to be registered under the National Apprenticeship Act, many of which make sense and will serve to enhance the quality of the apprenticeship system. For example, the bill requires pre-apprenticeship programs to be aligned with national, state, regional, or local industry standards for high-skill, high-wage, or in-demand industry sectors and occupations. Additionally, the bill requires pre-apprenticeship.
Will the gentlelady suspend for just a moment? I think we have lost the visual feed. Is that right? We've lost the visual feed and audio, so we'll have to suspend until we get reconnected.
Mr. Chairman,
gentlelady.
You know, a point of personal privilege. Honestly, so much time's been wasted today with having to do this virtually. It's really frustrating, and I'm sorry about, but there is no reason in the world why we have to do this virtually. Absolutely none. People could be in this room and we could be close together wearing masks. I consider all of our times valuable, but this is really frustrating.
You have a point of personal privilege? Because I don't think we can be in the room with people sitting next to us. I don't want to put my life at risk.
Have we been reconnected? We've been reconnected, and the gentlelady from New York may continue.
The bill requires pre-apprenticeship programs to meet the standards for a safe work and training environment and provide quality instruction in workplace safety. However, the bill also creates a new requirement for pre-apprenticeship programs to have a formal agreement in place with a regular apprenticeship program. Pre-apprenticeship programs should not be limited to feeder programs for specific apprenticeships. They are meant to prepare currently underqualified students and workers to pursue a broad range of more advanced workforce development opportunities. Those opportunities might include a particular registered apprenticeship program, but pre-apprenticeship participants should not be limited if we are hoping to expand the overall number of apprentices in this country. Many pre-apprenticeship programs will not have available partners, which would mean they would not be able to operate at all, thus stifling the apprenticeship pipeline. This will close doors for workers while doing nothing to increase pre-apprenticeship quality. My amendment would eliminate requirements that pre-apprenticeship programs be linked to specific registered apprenticeship programs. This would provide those pre-programs more flexibility to determine the best way to align the program with additional workforce preparation programs. I support increasing the quality of pre-apprenticeship programs to ensure that workers are prepared for registered apprenticeships and other advanced workforce development opportunities. Unfortunately, turning these pre-programs solely into feeder programs for specific registered apprenticeships reduces opportunities and could lower the quality of these programs overall. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Gentlelady yields back. Does somebody seek recognition on the amendment?
I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norris.
I have a great deal of gratitude and respect for the gentlelady from New York, but a fundamental understanding of what pre-apprenticeship programs are. Linkage to an apprenticeship program. These have started from the ground up before any standards, before anything was put into place of a formal way. The pre-apprentice program is exactly supposed to be linked to an existing program. Before a young man or a young woman might enter a pre-apprentice, this is exactly what the design is for, to see if this is right for them. The idea of delinking those is insanity. It's like not even having a pre-apprenticeship program. Pre-apprentice programs are specific. They're not general. You cannot be prepared to enter that apprenticeship program if the apprenticeship program hasn't partnered with at least one. The idea then is you could tap into some grants or funds for a program that has zero future. So I respectfully disagree strongly that this is exactly what they're supposed to do, and creating the standard puts checks and balances and will allow those programs that are real and linked to an apprenticeship program to actually work. Delinking them just invites people who are doing nefarious things to create a program that has no chance of actually working. I urge my colleagues in joining me in rejecting this amendment and supporting the underlying legislation. I yield back.
Anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, striking the requirement that each pre-apprenticeship program enter into a formal arrangement with an apprenticeship program under the National Apprenticeship System. Instead of encouraging pre-apprenticeship programs to fulfill the broader purpose of equipping individuals with useful skills and competencies for future employment or educational endeavors, Democrats choose to formally funnel each pre-apprentice directly into a predetermined apprenticeship program. I'm disappointed but not surprised that my Democrat colleagues try to fit all participants into a singular mold. My Republican colleagues and I have denounced that approach in the higher education system and will denounce it in the national apprenticeship system as well. The restrictions Democrats propose invites the apprenticeship program to dictate how the pre-apprenticeship program should prepare the participants, which will inevitably result in pre-apprenticeship sponsors losing control of their programs or choosing not to participate at all. Pre-apprenticeship programs should have the options to make decisions that best serve their students. This should include whether or not they partner with an apprenticeship program. I want to say that there have been comments made here today which are very troubling that say that there are no standards in non-registered apprenticeship programs. That's simply not true. And to accuse them of lacking standards of decency is really uncalled for. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment so that pre-apprenticeship opportunities will not be diminished by restrictive provisions, because these programs could help a great deal with younger people, provide them the skills they need to move into many different programs and not be restricted to just one. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this discussion is like saying it's really ridiculous that the National Football League only looks at college players who played football. They ought to look at swimmers. They ought to look at lacrosse players. It really makes little sense. This is just logical. A pre-apprenticeship program prepares someone to enter an apprenticeship program. Merriam-Webster's definition of pre means earlier than, prior to, preparatory, or prerequisite, which is exactly what a pre-apprenticeship should be, prior to or in preparation for an apprenticeship program. You cannot be prepared to enter into an apprenticeship program if your pre-apprenticeship program hasn't partnered with at least one apprenticeship program. This linkage is a simple protection for potential pre-apprentices. And this requirement for a pre-apprenticeship agreement is based on established guidance from the Department of Labor for nearly a decade. The bill we're considering today is just codifying these standards and protections so that all pre-apprentices know that they're getting the skills and competencies that are actually needed to get into the registered apprenticeship program that they're seeking to be part of. If there are programs that are running pre-apprenticeships without partnerships with apprenticeship programs, they don't need to register their programs, and nothing will change for how they carry them out. That's the current practice where pre-apprenticeships are not actually registered. These unregistered programs can continue as they are, but they will not be eligible for grant funds under this act. You know, this provision doesn't restrict anybody from doing anything. It just says that if you want to be a registered pre-apprenticeship program, you actually have to prepare people for a specific registered apprenticeship. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Leveren's argument goes against what we do in higher education all the time. My daughter just graduated with a baccalaureate degree in medicine. She can choose now to be a graduate studies in occupational therapy, dentistry, physical therapy, whatever it may be. I have plenty of institutions in my community who are providing pre-apprenticeship programs that want to provide additional pre-apprenticeship programs for students to come in, learn basic skills in a particular area, and then choose where they want to specialize in. So for instance, construction involves a lot of skills on basic math and other areas. Students can come to these organizations, learn about construction, and find during the course of that pre-apprenticeship program what they like, and then can choose to go into carpentry or maybe pipe fitting or whatever it may be. So it's it's an argument that just doesn't coincide with what we're doing in many other areas in higher education. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The others wish to comment on the amendment? Is anyone on the platform, virtual platform, seek recognition on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Stefanik. All in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No.
No. Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
The recorded vote is requested, and pursuant to previous comments, that will be rolled till the end. Are there other amendments? Are there other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The lady from New York has another amendment.
I have an amendment, Stefanik 077.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8294, titled Stefanik NY 077, offered by Ms. Stefanik of New York.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Closing the skills gap and putting more Americans on a pathway to a meaningful career will require better coordination between the various federal investments in workforce development and closer alignment with in-demand industry sectors. While this committee works to strengthen the National Apprenticeship Act and expand apprenticeship opportunities, I believe we must take every opportunity to harmonize the apprenticeship system with the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. The bill requires state apprenticeship agencies to use a portion of their funds to deliver technical assistance and develop best practices, coordinating work-based learning provided through an apprenticeship with the supportive services provided by the local workforce development boards. My amendment simply furthers these efforts and will facilitate the inclusion of apprenticeship programs on state-eligible training provider lists under WIOA. My amendment ensures states develop a process for apprenticeship programs to receive expedited consideration on the eligible training provider list, as the quality assurance and industry alignment of the registration process need not be duplicated. Lastly, my amendment ensures the workforce alignment efforts funded under this bill, including expanding the eligible training provider list to include apprenticeship programs. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone seek recognition on the amendment? Gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McPath.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I claim time to speak in support of this amendment. One of the major goals of this legislation is to create stronger alignment between the workforce system and apprenticeship system. And as part of the state plan, we ask that states consider and describe how to ensure that this alignment is intentionally created. We also provide funding for states to carry out these alignment activities, and this amendment ensures that all programs under the National Apprenticeship system approved in the state will be on the eligible training provider list, the list that helps individuals looking for new training and career activities know which programs are high quality in their area. This is not creating a new requirements, as the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act already requires that registered apprenticeships are included on the eligible training provider list. So this inclusion in our bill is ensuring that the coordination is happening both from the side of the apprenticeship system and the workforce system, helping apprentices and employers alike. I'm glad to see that we are working together to improve this bill going forward, and I do urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? Anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Here's the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Does anyone else have an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from Kentucky has an amendment. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8294, titled R01, offered by Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this is Susan Davis, and I seek recognition to reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And I want to begin by, I didn't comment in the previous item. I knew I'd have this time to comment on Ms. Davis, Chairman Davis. She has done a wonderful job on working together. A pleasure to work with. We're on a NATO committee together, so we spend a lot of time together. And when you work with good people, you can come up with good solutions. And I think hopefully we're close as we're moving with this, but it's just been a pleasure to work with Ms. Davis. And one of the great things about her, she married a Kentuckian. Her husband's hometown is one of the great American cities of Louisville. And we really want ask everybody thoughts and prayers that we can heal our city and make sure that everybody has a feeling that they can get justice in not just Louisville, not just Kentucky, but our country. So hopefully we can move that direction. I want to talk a little bit before I talk specifically on the amendment about some of the language earlier before, because some of it's gotten partisan. I will tell you that Ms. Davis and Mr. Smucker and I have worked to try to come to an agreement on the underlying bill. And the conversations we had none of the tone that we've heard this morning. We really were trying to come to an agreement. And the thing that, as we look at what Ms. Davis's bill is trying to do, support that we streamline our registered apprenticeships, but there are a lot of other apprenticeships, a lot of other innovative things moving forward. I was listening to Mr. Norcross. If you're going to have your home that you're going to live in for 30 years wired, you certainly want a certified or a journeyman electrician, plumbing. But there are a lot of other technologies that are coming out that have apprenticeships, that programming a machine in a machine tool shop and those types of things that don't necessarily take the length of time that a lot of registered apprenticeships do, but it certainly allows people to earn $25, $30 an hour or more if they're able to do some short-term, other types of industry-recognized apprenticeships, as we've talked about before. And the concern in both of us, on both sides, that we want registered apprenticeships to be streamlined, but not undo some of the others that are innovative. And it was just getting to the language, and Ms. Davis offered a very credible language that saw the rules of construction that we wouldn't undo what's been done. The one issue is when we got into it, and I think somebody commented that we were carrying the water for the Labor Department, but that's not what happened. What happened, the Labor Department lawyer said that if you understrike the underlying bill, then the rules of construction to the underlying law that's been struck doesn't matter. So we were trying to come up with language that met that. I think it was heartfelt, it was in good faith, and we both want to work together. And I will just say, I'm going to get to my amendment now, that there was nobody that worked harder and wants to see this move forward than Ms. Davis. And the comment I made in our conversation is if we could, when it goes to the floor, if we could come to a way to have a big bipartisan vote, I think that will give leverage to us dealing with the Senate. Maybe perhaps now that we're this far along into a lame duck, to have this bill be signed into law before Ms. Davis leaves Congress, and I would love to see this happen. So hopefully we can get there, and we're still, hope springs eternal. This amendment specifically changes some of the reporting requirements, and it gets back to smaller people, smaller businesses, smaller people getting to apprenticeships. And sometimes, I've come from a small business background, businesses get intimidated when they work with the federal government sometimes for reporting requirements, and something they would see burdensome, and they get intimidated. So what this does, it does not eliminate any of the reporting requirements, but it gives state agencies, registration authority, the authority to modify reporting requirements for small businesses, and that's small business as defined by the Small Business Administration, so 500 or less. That's the definition. Sometimes I think that's probably 500 is big for a small business, but that's the definition by the Small Business Administration. So it would allow the state registration authority to modify reporting requirements for small businesses and first-time apprenticeships to take away some of the burden and that get intimidated by, the federal government doesn't intimidate them, but they get intimidated by all of the processes. I've seen it. And then also, it also moves all the apprenticeship reporting requirements for everybody from quarterly to annually, just to relieve some of the burden of paperwork. So my amendment basically allows the state agencies to modify reporting for small businesses, and then moves all reporting from quarterly to annually. And I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Does someone seek recognition on the amendment?
Thank
Gentlelady
you.
from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I claim time to discuss Mr. Guthrie's amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I certainly want to thank Mr. Guthrie, who has been a good friend, a good partner in all of our different venues that we've been working in, and I greatly appreciate that. I wanted to raise this issue, though, because we of course, have not had the amendment for very long, and wanted to make sure that exactly what it was trying to do here. And I'm hopeful that Mr. Guthrie might withdraw it at this time so that we could work on that amendment and really be ready to go to the floor with it with full understanding. And I wonder if you would be able to do that.
I think that's fair. And I know we've worked with each other last week and this week in good faith, and that's fair. We'll continue to.
All right.
And hopefully we'll get to
that would
where
be
we all
great.
can
It's a
agree
matter
with
of
this
timing and some of the issues that we'd like to clarify.
Absolutely.
And I don't want to take everybody's time on that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Guthrie. Greatly appreciate it.
Gentleman has withdrawn his
Formally
amendment.
withdraw my amendment.
Does anyone else seek recognition on an amendment? Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have Amendment Keller R301 at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8294, titled R301, offered by Mr. Keller of Pennsylvania.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would ensure...
Just a minute. Did the gentlelady reserve a point of order? Gentlelady from California reserves a point of order. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would ensure that all apprenticeship programs protect the safety and well-being of apprentices equally across the board by requiring state registration agencies to hold all programs to the same standard, regardless of which entity sponsors the program. The underlying bill codifies a special carve-out for union-sponsored apprenticeship programs to permit those programs to ignore requirements to ensure that a sufficient number of supervisors are present on the job site to protect worker safety. This provision creates an unfair playing field and leaves apprentices in union-sponsored programs less safe. This amendment does not eliminate the ratio requirement from the underlying bill. State apprenticeship registration agencies would still be required to create evidence-based ratios that protect the safety of apprentices and others on the work site. The people who enter these apprenticeship programs do so in order to learn valuable skills and advance their careers. It is critical that we treat all apprenticeship programs equally and promote an environment that does not favor one type of program at the expense of another. There should be no distinction between the safety requirements that one group is required to follow while the other is not. This amendment simply requires those agencies to hold all apprenticeship programs to the same standard, regardless of which entity sponsors the program. I urge my colleagues to support this important amendment that will level the playing field for apprenticeship programs, enhance worker safety, and promote workforce development in critical sectors of our economy. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chairman. Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Connecticut seeks recognition on the amendment. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this amendment's sort of in the if it ain't broke, don't fix it category. Just to be absolutely clear for the record, the language which the gentleman is seeking to strike is not new language which this committee created or the subcommittee created. It basically is incorporating language that's been on the books for 12 years. It was actually issued, a regulation that was issued by the Bush administration in 2008. And it basically is a language which recognizes, to use, I think, an oft-used phrase here today, that one size doesn't necessarily fit all. And the provision carves out for situations where there's a collective bargaining agreement, where the ratio of journeymen to apprentices is different. And as I think the Bush administration's Department of Labor recognized, that these are cases in which, frankly, there's a need for higher levels of safety. For example, on a nuclear power plant, and I've got one of those in my district, and you're not going to have as many apprenticeship trainees per journeyman in a situation like that. It's just a different kind of electrical apprenticeship program. And again, I think the Bush administration did a good job of sort of recognizing that the people who are closest to the situation have a better understanding of what an appropriate level of ratios should be. So it's not, something that is new. It's not something that's unprecedented. I don't think that the chairwoman or the subcommittee heard any great complaints about this language, which, as I said, has been on the books for 12 years. Again, what we're trying to do here today is really focus on the need to take a treasured program, the Registered Apprenticeship Program, size it up, expand it to other areas of the economy, other sectors of the economy, and really build on what, again, I think many people, including my good friend Mr. Wahlberg, describing his own father's personal experience, has really provided great benefit. And what this amendment does is actually strike from existing law a provision which, again, there has really been no blowback that I think the committee is aware of, and as I said, has bipartisan roots in terms of where it came from, and so I again would just respectfully indicate that I would recommend a no vote on this amendment, and let's move forward in terms of trying to get an updated, modernized registered apprenticeship program. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. If others wish to be recognized, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank my colleague from Pennsylvania for introducing this amendment. And in response to the argument we just made, this may not be new, but it's certainly unfair. And I have power plants in my district as well. And if you had a union company doing work at that power plant, they could have more apprentices than a non-union company working at that power plant. So this isn't about a construction at a more dangerous site. This is about a difference of applying standards to a union company versus a non-union company. Now, the argument has been made here today that standards are important as a part of the apprenticeship programs to ensure for the safety of workers and ensure the safety of the job sites. And the argument around standards is that they are necessary to help mitigate the risk by ensuring a safe balance of journeymen or participants, apprentices to journeymen, all right? They want to ensure a safe balance. So, I'd like someone on the other side to defend why unions should be exempt from this safeguard. We've heard the argument for safety, but there's certainly an exemption by unions to adhere to the same so-called safety standards as any other company. So I'd be interested in hearing the response to that. This is not about specific work sites. This is specifically about a standard that is applied differently to a union company as opposed to a non-union company. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment that would guarantee the equal treatment and safety of all apprentices. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes in opposition to it. This example cited by the gentleman from Pennsylvania where the union would be less safe is not a real-life example. What this amendment would do would prevent the union, when they know better, to be able to negotiate a safer ratio. And that's what this amendment prohibits. If a union feels that the number of apprenticeships at a certain site is unsafe, they can get into a collective bargaining agreement that you can't have that kind of ratio, that it's unsafe. And if they bargain that successfully, they ought to be able to maintain a safer work site. In fact, that's one of the benefits of joining a union. You're more likely to be in a safer work site. And I would hope that the ability of unions to negotiate for safer work sites would not be overridden by this amendment. And I yield back. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman.
Seek recognition, gentlelady from North Carolina.
Mr. Chairman, there's been talk that there has been no concerns about the existing regulations. I have 2 letters, one from the independent electric contractors that states very clearly they have serious concerns with HR 8294 as it relates to the establishment of ratios of journeyman workers to apprentices on a job site within a given occupation's apprenticeship standards. And the letter goes on to talk about that. And I have a letter from the Associated Builders and Contractors to insert into the record.
Without objection.
And Mr. Chairman, I want to say that I think our colleagues should support this amendment to strike the unfair and unsafe union carve-out that would compromise the safety of apprentices. We've heard over and over again about standards today and the accusation that non-union apprenticeships don't have standards and don't meet up. That is absolutely not true. The other apprenticeship programs that are not registered and not union apprenticeships absolutely do have standards. But this is a carve-out that could endanger the lives of apprenticeships, and that is not something we should do. Ratio standards are necessary to help mitigate risk by ensuring a safe balance of participants to supervisors. Unions should not be exempt from this safeguard. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to guarantee the equal treatment and safety of all apprentices. And I'm not sure if Mr. Keller has anything he'd like to add, but I will yield him the balance of my time.
I thank the ranking member. I've been listening to the argument of why the folks on the other side of the aisle don't think we should have an equal standard regardless of who operates an apprenticeship program. And it was said by the chairman that unions should be able to negotiate a different level of apprenticeship versus the supervisors for that. If they feel it's not safe, they should be adding more. I don't know, a standard should be the minimum to keep people safe, but we should be looking at what other people do to keep them more safe. So I don't know why a union would want to negotiate to keep their workers less safe. If a standard is a standard, it should apply to everyone equally, making sure they get the proper training on how to do the job, but also to be able to do it safely. And to me, I don't know anybody that can say that depending on who sponsors a program, they shouldn't have the same amount of supervision on an apprenticeship program. Certainly does not make sense to me. And I would encourage my colleagues If it's about safety and it's about keeping people safe and making sure they understand how to do the work, whether it's in a nuclear power plant or in a home or in another kind of business, it should all be the same no matter who is running the program. So with that, I yield back, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding me the time.
Gentlelady yields back. Anyone else seek recognition? Will the gentlelady seek recognition so I can speak? Can you yield to me?
I wanted to seek recognition and yield the
Gentlelady's
gentleman
recognized for 5
the rest
minutes.
of my time.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. I just had a word to say, and then I wanted to yield the rest of my time to Chairman Scott. You know, honestly, I'm really confused by what you said. And I think that's because nobody is talking about minimizing standards, but it's having a strong standard, and that ratio is critically important to ensure that. So I think this is one of those issues that, frankly, we could discuss and find a better way to state it. If you feel that the existing language over the years doesn't come to where it needs to be. I've certainly worked with the associated contractors in my district, and there are, you know, from time to time, there are questions and concerns that they have. A lot of it is more about organizing than it is about the safety of the apprentices, and so I would certainly want to be able to confer with them and understand. Mr. Scott, I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. We keep hearing that unions would negotiate for unsafe working conditions. That is not the history of unions. Union workplaces are safer than non-union workplaces. They will negotiate for safer workplaces. This amendment would prevent them from doing what they have always done. And so I'd hope we'd defeat the amendment. Yield back. Any other comments on the amendment? Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Well, Chairman, thank you. And I certainly support Mr. Keller's amendment. It seems like my friends across the aisle pick winners and losers based on what is politically expedient for them. You know, the IRAPs, they don't like those because they don't like the administration. You know, the difference here between not applying evenly between organizations that collective bargain and those who are in not as a part of unions. And so that concerns me, that an issue that I'm very passionate about in terms of career and technical education, and certainly apprenticeships are a part of that we have politicized something that was, in my tenure here, has been one of the most unifying issues that we have. I remind folks that I think it was last Congress when we passed the Modernization of Career and Technical Education Act, which included apprenticeships as a part of that, that this was voted on twice in the Senate and 3 times in the House, and not one member voted against it, which is quite an accomplishment, actually, for us. And the fact that we're seeing and I know it's not, you know, most of this is really good, but the part that we've politicized part of this. I yield to the gentleman, my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, if he, the rest of my time.
Thank you, and I appreciate my colleague from Pennsylvania yielding time. I think the people watching this hearing understand what I'm trying to say, so I guess I'll just simplify it for everybody on the other side. The same standard applies no matter who runs the apprenticeship organization. The same level of supervision, it just makes a level playing field and keeps everybody to the same standard, ensuring safety across the board. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Connecticut.
Yeah, I'll be really brief. And again, my good friend, Mr. Thompson, who I worked together on many issues over the years, a lot of respect for his point of view. However, it does strike me as just kind of odd to describe, you know, the underlying bill as politicizing a language which was created by the Bush administration. This has been on the books for 12 years. Republican administration, Democrat administration, and it recognizes that in collective bargaining agreements, exactly as the chairman said, when the people are negotiating their apprenticeship arrangement, that they...
Point of order has been raised. Has the gentleman spoken on this amendment already?
I have.
Gentleman,
I'll yield back and stand down.
Mr. Chairman, I'll seek recognition.
gentleman from California is recognized.
And I will yield to the gentleman from Connecticut.
Gentleman's recognized.
And I was just about to wrap up. Again, for the record, and again, just so people who are watching understand, there's nothing political about or partisan about the language in this bill. It was created in the Bush administration, who, again, I think recognized the fact that collective bargaining is a recognized process in this country going back, again, to the 1930s, and that management and labor who are closest to the specific situation understand what is the safest ratios to put into place. And the chairman is absolutely right. The notion that they would be negotiating less safety, in fact, just defies the whole thrust of what collective bargaining is about, which is to try and improve workplace standards, and it has worked over the years. And as I said, specific examples that the committee staff and others are aware of, where this language has been exercised, has been precisely in more high-risk situations where the ratios are reduced, not increased. And that's exactly what the Bush administration recognized as a safe and appropriate balance when they created this language. And again, we are not establishing anything new, contrary to what the letter that the ranking member submitted. We are basically carrying over language that has been in operation for 12 years. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Are there other comments on the amendment? Gentleman
Mr. Chairman, I
Kentucky.
seek recognition.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will yield to the gentlelady from North Carolina, the ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, just because something's in a regulation that was approved 12 years ago doesn't mean we have to continue it. I mean, I don't believe that's a wonderful argument for continuing this. Mr. Keller, again, explained it very carefully. I explained it in my comments. We are giving different standards to the unions than we're expecting from everyone else. And yet, throughout this debate, you have been accusing non-union issues of, oh my goodness, non-union apprentices as having no standards. That doesn't make any sense. I yield back to Mr. Guthrie.
Thank you for yielding back. And if I'd happened to me, you'd have gotten on to me, but I won't get on to you. So I would like to yield to Mr. Smucker.
In response to the union negotiation, I've lived this. I was in the construction industry, subject to rules where unions had different rules. I understand to the point that Mr. Courtney has been making in response to Ms. Davis, Chairwoman Davis' question, that unions have the ability to negotiate, but I'll try to put it in simple terms. We would be subject to one apprentice for 4 journeymen, for instance, on a particular contract, with the idea that it would be less safe to have more apprentices as a ratio compared to journeymen. Unions never, in my observation, ever increased or decreased the number of apprentices compared to journeymen. It was always added. So instead of, in a situation like I just described, instead of 1 apprentice to 4 journeymen, unions would negotiate for 2 apprentices to 4 journeymen, or 3 apprentices to 4 journeymen, or 1-to-1 ratio, 4 apprentices to 4 journeymen, providing an unfair advantage for the unions. But it never, in all of the contracts that I've seen, Mr. Courtney, unions never negotiated for less apprentice per apprenticeship, so per journeyman. So if the argument is that more apprentices would be less safe, that was what unions were negotiating for in every situation that I saw.
I'll yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Does the gentlelady withdraw her point of order? Point of order is withdrawn. Questions on the agreement to the amendment. All in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it.
Could I have a recorded vote, please?
The recorded vote is requested and will be rolled.
Mr. Chairman, could you tell us what your plan is for us to be allowed to go vote, since we have much more to do and our time when we're assigned to vote has passed for some of us, and we're curious as to what our plan is.
No, we're not going to wait till after 5 votes. My expectation is people will vote and come right back and just kind of have a rolling vote.
But there are 3 votes.
But yeah, but each one is going to take about 50 minutes.
Okay.
So people will vote during their time and come right back, so the committee will continue. And I'll ask the gentlelady from California to take the chair for the next amendment. Okay.
You just don't want to. Johnson should be ready. So that's good.
Randy Johnson?
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a long day. She's going to be the chair for which amendment?
Is there anybody left?
Well, Madam Chairman, I'm left, but I don't know about anybody else.
Okay,
He's ready on the screen if you want to recognize him.
okay. Mr. Johnson?
Madam Chairman, before I start, is Ms. Wild on the room, or did she go vote?
She's here. She's in the room.
Okay, excellent. I just couldn't see her with the camera. Thanks very much. First off, I will start, Madam Chairman, as many other people have, by talking just a little bit about you. You model comity and professionalism better than the rest of us do generally, and you've been helpful to me. My first piece of legislation ever passed in Congress came with you as the lead Democrat.
Mr. Johnson, while we're organizing here, as people are leaving, if I could just ask you to allow the clerk to call up the amendment, and then we'll get started.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Sorry.
I do have an amendment, Madam Chair. It's designated R111.
Will the clerk please call up the amendment?
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8294, titled R111, offered by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota.
And in my role, I'm going to also seek recognition to reserve a point of order on the amendment. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Very good, ma'am. Thank you. And as just a moment of personal privilege, I would again thank you for your leadership in this whole apprenticeship realm. I'd also thank the South Dakota Department of Labor and Regulation and committee staff for helping me through this process. I suspect, as my colleagues have as well, I've learned a lot about the benefits of apprenticeships throughout this country. And through this process of learning, I did identify, I think, a kind of a shortfall, a little problem in this world that I think we could better address.
Under the Department of Labor regulation and under the amendment and the nature of a substitute, a company can only establish an apprenticeship program if the occupation in question is already on the Department of Labor's available occupation list. And if the occupation isn't on the list, then the company or the applicant has to apply for the addition of that occupation. That can take months, it can be administratively burdensome, and as a result, companies, so many of them mid and small size companies, forego implementing the registered apprenticeships altogether. And so my amendment R111, again, it's quite small, quite easy to see, is just a modest attempt to streamline this by granting the Department of Labor the proactive authority to initiate outreach to add new occupations to the available occupation list. I think this would allow the Department of Labor to be more innovative and less bureaucratic. And I would just note that I think Ms. Wild has an amendment that I think might help us even better hit the target. And I very much appreciated the advance copy so that I could review that. But again, my amendment R111, and I would urge support of that amendment.
Thank you. And who would like to address the, Mr. Thompson? You have 5 minutes to address the question.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. Appreciate it. And let me just say, I certainly support Mr. Johnson's amendment. This is an amendment, as he described it, it would allow the Department of Labor the authority to proactively approve new occupations as apprenticeshipable occupations. And that is so important. I mean, most of what we have come, a term that probably 6 months ago, maybe 7 or 8 now, that none of us would really connect with was the term of life essential employees. And most of those are obviously come out of the pathway of career and technical education. And we also know that how important science and technology is to absolutely every industry. And so we would be fooling ourselves to say that we're not going to have new occupations in the future. We don't know. It's exciting to see what may come. But we need to provide DOL the authority to proactively approve new occupations as apprenticeable occupations. So under the current system, that's codified in this bill. Industries apply to the Department of Labor for certification for that purpose. That process, although is often pretty difficult and challenging to navigate and on potential new occupations, and provides the Department of Labor really no authority to proactively approve new apprenticable occupations as needs are identified. This amendment would grant Department of Labor that authority. So I certainly support this amendment. I think the Department of Labor, we expect government to be proactive instead of reactive, and we expect the Department of Labor to do that and be proactive to the need for new occupations that the pathway to success is through apprenticeships. In reauthorizing the National Apprenticeship Act, we intend to streamline what is really a convoluted, difficult process to navigate. Quite frankly, the time that it can take, months and even years, does not respond to the marketplace. It does not respond to the needs of employers that are creating jobs, and it certainly doesn't respond to the needs of prospective employees that are looking to climb that ladder of opportunity. And apprenticeships is a great way, creates great rungs in a ladder of opportunity. We would be remiss if we did not allow Department of Labor to initiate this process when a need in a field or industry is known. Workforce needs change rapidly, and it seems like that timeline is expedited in recent years, and I suspect that will continue the timeline, and the need will be even compressed further in the future. So DOL should not be able to think. DOL does need to be able to think ahead and pre-approve apprenticeable occupations that are rising in demand. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Thompson yields back the balance of his time. Is there any other member who would like to speak to this amendment?
Madam Chair, I seek recognition.
Ms. Wild seeks recognition.
I move to offer a second-degree amendment to Representative Johnson's amendment, and I thank him for his advanced comment that it might be helpful. The amendment before us requires the Secretary to issue regulations on apprenticeable occupations within 1 year of the enactment of this law, something we can agree on. By issuing regulations in a timely manner on apprenticeable occupations, including the new innovative idea.
Ms. Wild, can I interrupt you while the clerk reads the amendment?
Amendment offered by Ms. Wild, titled SD01, to the amendment offered by Mr. Johnson, titled R111.
Thank you. I'll reserve a point of order. Ms. Wild, will you continue?
Thank you so much. By issuing regulations in a timely manner on apprenticeable or occupations, including the new innovative idea of industry-recognized apprenticeable occupations, which can help create frameworks for small and medium-sized employers to more easily participate in the national apprenticeship system. However, the amendment as currently drafted only requires the Secretary to consult with industry. But we all know that there are a lot of other parties that are important in the apprenticeship system, like education and training providers, labor and joint labor management organizations, credential providers, apprentices themselves, and other stakeholders that the Secretary may identify. This second-degree amendment will ensure that the regulations created within a year of enactment from this bill are created with all relevant stakeholders to make sure this system works well for everyone involved. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this second-degree amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Wild yields back. Are there any comments on the secondary amendment?
Madam Chair, Dusty Johnson.
Mr. Johnson is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I intend to vote yes for the Wild amendment and would urge my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson yields back. And I think what we're going to want to do is just postpone that vote on. Pardon me? Oh, okay. We'll take a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Those opposed? Hearing none, it passes. And on the Wild, on the secondary amendment, and then on the Johnson amendment, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. Thank you. The vote, it passes. R111 as well as Wild secondary amendment. We're going to pause here for a moment.
I guess I can. You want me over
Sorry.
Can you let people know on the screen that we're ready to go?
That would be you, sir.
Okay. The committee will reconvene. The business before us is the Republican amendment in nature of a substitute. Mr. Smucker recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Yeah, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Substitute for the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8294, titled R sub 01, offered by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman, this is Susan Davis, and I seek recognition to reserve a point of order.
Ms. Davis is recognized for reserving a point of order. She reserves a point of order, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a lot of discussion today, and during that discussion, I think it's fair to say that Republicans and Democrats both agree that apprenticeships do play a critical role in addressing our nation's skills gap by preparing workers for meaningful, well-paying careers. Modernizing the apprenticeship system in this country is more important now than ever as our nation recovers from the COVID-19 public health emergency, which has left millions seeking to re-enter the workforce. The reauthorization of the National Apprenticeship Act provides a real opportunity for us and for this committee to make needed reforms to a decades-old program and bring it into the 21st century. A true reform of the Registered Apprenticeship Program has the potential to expand opportunity for thousands and even millions and make the system more effective for those that it serves. Unfortunately, the underlying measure falls woefully short in that regard. To address this shortcoming, on behalf of my Republican colleagues, I'm offering an amendment that would modernize the Registered Apprenticeship Program while maintaining the authority of the Department of Labor to pursue models of work-based learning other than the registered system. The potential to pursue other innovative models under the National Apprenticeship Act would be closed off if the underlying legislation is passed, and Congress would be stifling the number of opportunities for future job seekers. We all agree that registered apprenticeships are a great tool to strengthen the workforce, but it shouldn't be our only tool. Employer-led apprenticeship programs account for more than 80% of all apprenticeship programs nationwide, which isn't surprising. After all, it's job creators, not Washington bureaucrats, who know best what skills employees need to excel in the workplace. This Republican amendment will allow the law to reach the full potential of apprenticeships and help fill in-demand jobs. It would reduce the paperwork burden on states by allowing them to submit state plans under the pre-existing framework of WIOA, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, rather than forcing them to establish a duplicative application process. Rarely is more government intervention the solution, which is why our amendment strikes provisions in H.R. 8294 that would add to the existing bureaucracy in the form of advisory committees and interagency agreements. Our approach also provides states with more discretion over how they spend their money instead of letting the federal government dictate where their dollars must go. This amendment also makes it easier for more programs and therefore more apprentices to access the registered apprenticeship system by removing the requirement setting an uneven playing field between union and non-union program sponsors for the ratios of apprenticeships to instructors. All of these requirements are reasons that businesses choose today not to participate in the registered apprenticeship program. What may seem like a gold standard to some often includes more paperwork and hassle to those on the ground hoping to start a program. If we want to actually increase the number of apprentices in the country, the Republican amendment provides an opportunity to do just that. Without it, this bill simply sets in stone the barriers that make the current system difficult to navigate. While the underlying bill is certainly a meaningful effort at reform, it unfortunately does not do enough to address the need that our country is facing. For students, job seekers, and employers looking for new pathways to success, it slams the door shut. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment in the nature of a substitute so we can produce legislation that will empower workers and employers to create apprenticeships that are responsive to our modern economy. I know there are members who've spent a lot of time trying to work through negotiations that have led us to the markup today, and I'm hopeful that we can eventually come together to support bipartisan legislation that accomplishes these aims. But in the meantime, this amendment, in the nature of a substitute, provides an alternative vision for apprenticeships within all of the above approach that recognizes the needs of businesses and individuals. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman. Yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I seek to strike the last word.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Chicano, seeks to strike the last word on the amendment and is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to confirm that, Mr. Smucker, you are representing Pennsylvania. I just want to make sure I refer to you correctly. You know, this amendment that the gentleman from Pennsylvania is putting forward effectively guts the Davis A&S and the core promises behind this legislation, which is to scale up to 1 million more apprenticeship opportunities over the next 5 years. We need these apprenticeship opportunities, especially now in this economy. Its funding levels will result in sparse growth in new apprenticeships at a time when at least 7 million workers are losing their jobs on a permanent basis as a result of this pandemic. And this amendment, in the nature of a substitute, does nothing to ensure the quality standards provided by registered apprenticeships and diverts money into IRAPs. We're diverting money from what we know works at a 94% rate. That both sides agree on. I've not heard anybody in the minority dispute the success of a tried and true apprenticeship program, albeit that it was approved in 1937, first authorized. The fundamental weakness of the IRAP design is that quality standards are in the purview of private accreditors rather than the Department of Labor. And thus the responsibility for ensuring quality and protection of the welfare of apprentices is no longer the responsibility of the Secretary of Labor. Think about the oversight. Look, both sides, if we were to concede privately, we are going to have to spend a lot of money to get ourselves out of this recession, to fight the effects of this pandemic. We are in the same position as we were in the wake of World War II, in the wake of Pearl Harbor and World War II. We are going to have to spend a deficit spend in order to dig ourselves out, and we cannot afford to see money spent in unaccountable ways. We need, for the terms of oversight, we need to be able to hold the Secretary of Labor accountable and not chase after private accreditors in the way that we've seen in the for-profit college industry. Accreditors that will willy-nilly approve programs that are shoddy and substandard and will not serve the taxpayer or the people in these programs. Let's review the key elements of this 94-page amendment in nature of substitute that was provided an hour or so before this markup. The Smucker A&S provides authority for the Secretary of Labor to carry out IRAPs and allows diversion of grants to IRAPs. As we've discussed, IRAPs are neither tested nor proven to be effective, and there has been no evaluation of them. We should not be opening the spigots of federal money to an idea that has not even had a pilot program to assess its effectiveness. If we're going to look for a point of agreement, we may be able to talk about pilot programs with definite caps on spending, but to allow a huge diversion of taxpayer dollars from proven programs, proven at 94%, to unproven programs, untested programs, this is a ridiculous idea. As noted earlier, the Trump Apprenticeship Expansion Task Force report, Trump's own task force recommended a pilot for IRAPs to see if they would be effective and accountable. Not an entire rollout, as the minority suggests. The Smucker A&S slashes funding for apprenticeship, pre-apprenticeship, and youth apprenticeship grants from $3 billion to $1.1 billion over 5 years. It cuts state apprenticeship formula grants from $475 million to $385 million over 5 years. States have asked for funding certainty so they can scale up their efforts. Our inability to provide the states some certainty is holding back their ability to scale up. Here is the consequence of these cuts. Under the Smucker ANS, there will be only 219,500 new apprenticeship opportunities over the next 5 years. A 77% reduction from the number of new apprenticeship opportunities in the bill offered by Representative Davis. This does not meet the needs of our country in the middle of a pandemic. This is an easy choice. 219,000 apprenticeships opportunities versus 1 million. If we believe in apprenticeships as a pathway to the middle class, why would we want to cut the rungs of opportunity out from under hundreds of thousands of apprentices across this country? This ANS removes key accountability and oversight functions by eliminating the National Advisory Committee on Apprenticeships. It eliminates the interagency agreement with the Department of Education to strengthen educational alignment, as well as the National Apprenticeship System, research, and grant evaluations. Mr. Chairman, it's plain to me, we must defeat this ANS, and we must come to an agreement on the underlying bill offered by Ms. Davis. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina. Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm a little confused by the numbers that Mr. Takano has given us. We've been told over and over and over in hearings that the unions tell us that their apprenticeships cost the taxpayers no money. Therefore, why is it we have to appropriate this money to continue union apprenticeships? Something doesn't compute. If it's not costing the taxpayers anything for union apprenticeships, then why do we need to appropriate all this money? We also have absolutely no proof that union apprenticeships are better than others. There is no proof. And the number of people enrolled in union apprenticeships is only a fraction of what the apprenticeships are across the country. So I think the arguments are very hollow. This reauthorization of the National Apprenticeship Act provides an opportunity for members of Congress and the committee to make needed reforms to an 80-plus-year-old program and bring it into the 21st century. But the underlying measure open for consideration falls woefully short of reaching that opportunity. There are many registered programs across the country that are effective and continue to meet the needs of both employers and those in search of need, but we don't know whether all of them are or not. We have heard a lot today about apprenticeships providing pathways to meaningful work and successful careers, and I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. A true reform of the registered apprenticeship system has the potential to expand those opportunities to thousands more and make the system more effective than those it serves. However, I'm disappointed to say we're not able to reach a bipartisan agreement and are instead back at the familiar crossroads where our Democrat colleagues are trying to impose their preferred programs on employers, regardless of whether that program meets employers' needs. That's not the way this country should operate. Modernizing the apprenticeship system in this country is more important now than ever, as our nation is attempting to recover from COVID-19 and millions are seeking to re-enter the workforce. And it's going to be even more important in the future as people need to reskill and upskill. The Republican alternatives would reduce the paperwork burden on states by allowing them to submit state plans under the pre-existing framework of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, rather than forcing them to establish a duplicative application process. It also strikes provisions in H.R. 8294 that would simply add to the existing bureaucracy in the form of advisory committees and interagency agreements, which are always unworkable. These provisions have admirable aims, but Democrats fail to realize that more government is rarely the solution. Our substitute would also provide states with additional discretion over how they spend their money instead of the federal government dictating where their dollars go. This amendment would strike the carve-out for ratio requirements that allow an uneven playing field between union and non-union program sponsors, thereby making it easier for more programs and therefore more apprenticeships to apprentices to access the apprenticeship system. All of these requirements are reasons a business choose not to participate in the registered apprenticeship system today. What may seem like a gold standard to some often includes more paperwork and hassle to those on the ground hoping to start a program. So you get nothing in that respect. While the underlying bill is certainly a meaningful effort at reform, it unfortunately does not do enough to address the needs of our country's facing. For students, job seekers, and employers looking for new pathways to success, it slams the doors shut instead of opening them. I know there are members who spent a lot of time trying to work through negotiations that led us to the markup today, and I'm hopeful we can eventually come together to support bipartisan legislation that accomplishes those aims. But in the meantime, this amendment, in the nature of a substitute, provides an alternative vision for apprenticeships with an all of the above approach that recognizes the needs of businesses and individuals. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Let me just recognize myself very briefly that the underlying bill funds high-quality programs with nationally recognized credentials, and there's nothing to prevent you from running a program with low quality or without the national recognized credentials, but it's just not going to be funded under the National Apprenticeship Program. And that's what we're trying to maintain with this program, high quality and nationally recognized credentials. I yield back and recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I'd like to thank Ms. Thompson for yielding, and I thank the ranking member, Dr. Fox, for her comments in regards to this amendment, but I wanted to also address Mr. Takano's comments. There is nothing in this amendment that would limit the number of apprentices, and I don't know the calculation used to come up with a reduced number, but you know, I can tell you that reducing the regulation, we can keep the standards, but allowing additional ways to certify apprentice rather than having to get government approval of every apprenticeship program would result in more apprentices and not less. I've lived it, I've seen it. Businesses are very, very interested in ensuring that their employees have the skills and gain new knowledge to enable them to not only do the job that they're in, but to take additional promotions and additional jobs that come along. This is important to businesses, and I've talked to many businesses in my district who do not participate in the apprenticeship program today, the registered apprenticeship program today, because it's too difficult to do so. And some have tried, including the business that I ran, and found it very, very difficult to get a new apprenticeship program approved. What we're talking about is unleashing the creativity of the American people, rather than requiring the government. Can you imagine in higher education if every major that was proposed would have to be approved directly by either the federal or state government? That's what we're asking for today. Every company who wants to start a new apprenticeship program has to go to the government for approval. You know, sometimes I think on the other side believes that government is the one that creates jobs. But we have seen the benefit of less taxes and of less regulation that allowed for the innovation and creativity of American people and American businesses and created the best economy that we've seen in a long, long time prior to this pandemic. The same is true in our apprenticeship program. And I think an apprenticeship program is important for the reason that the ranking member, Chairwoman Davis mentioned earlier. It creates something to achieve. It creates a certificate that people can point to and reduces some of the stigma with jobs in the trades and others. So I think it is important that we expand it. The goal of the apprenticeship program of the other side's program here is to do 1 million new apprentices in the next year or so. We can do far better than that, and we can ensure that standards still continue to exist. We do that in higher education now by having multiple accreditors. And so this amendment recognizes the value of the registered apprenticeship programs, would seek to improve the registered apprenticeship program, but would seek to expand it to millions of workers who could benefit from it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment in nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. No.
No.
Noes appear to have it.
Well, Chair, I'll get with staff, I'll get with Brett. We'll see what we can do. If we need to work with the Congress office, we'll work with the Congress office and do anything we can to.
I can't hear who's talking.
I can't answer that.
Okay. As the noes appear to have it, the noes have it. The amendment is defeated. The pending business before the committee is for the Stefanik Amendment, which strikes the requirement for pre-apprenticeships to be tied to an apprenticeship program, removes the requirement that pre-apprenticeship sponsors support attainment of high school diploma or GED as applicable. First, is the gentlelady from California withdraw your point of order?
Yes.
Okay. Point of order is withdrawn. The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York. A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis?
Mrs. Davis votes no.
Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Courtney?
No.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Ms. Fudge? Mr. Sablon?
Mr. Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson?
Come here. Votes no.
Ms. Wilson?
Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici?
Suzanne Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano?
Mark Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams? Mr. Desaulniers? Mr. Norcross? Ms. Jayapal?
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Joe Morelli votes no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild? Mr. Harder?
Harder votes no.
Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath, Ms. Schreier,
Kim Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Underwood,
I think we got plenty of time. We ought to be able to finish.
Mrs. Hayes,
Mrs. Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Ms. Shalala,
Shalala votes no.
Ms. Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin, Ms. Omar,
Yeah.
Mr. Trone,
Open because we're in the middle. We're at the end of-
Ms. Stevens,
Well, if they're not, then let us know that too.
Mrs. Lee, Mrs. Trahan,
Mrs. Trahan votes no.
Mrs. Trahan votes no. Mr. Castro, Mrs. Fox, Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg,
Wahlberg, aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Guthrie, Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne,
You know, on tasks in banking, whether it be
Mr. Grothman,
on other transactions.
Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik, Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen,
That are out there that
Mr. Smucker, Mr. Smucker, Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks, Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker, Mr. Comer,
The clerk will suspend. There appear to be too many Republicans on the side. They're limited to, 8, including the ranking member. So if they can stand outside prior to the vote. Thank you, clerk.
Mr. Klein,
Aye.
Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher, Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Wright, Mr. Muser, Mr. Johnson,
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller, Mr. Keller votes aye. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Van Drew, Mr. Van Drew votes aye.
If the clerk will call the names of those that did not answer the initial roll call.
Mr. Grijalva,
Mr. Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Ms. Fudge, Ms. Adams, Mr. DeSaulnier, Mr. Norcross, Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Wild,
No.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath? Mrs. McBath votes no. Miss Underwood? Miss Underwood? The gentlewoman cannot be heard.
Underwood votes no.
Miss Underwood votes no. Mr. Levin?
We're good.
Miss Omar? Mr. Trone?
If somebody would mute their audio, it would be helpful. Please mute your audio if you're not actually voting.
Mr. Trone?
Trone votes no.
Mr. Trone votes no. Miss Stevens?
No.
Miss Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee?
No.
Mrs. Lee votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Byrne? Mr. Allen? Mr. Walker? Mr. Comer?
James Comer votes yes.
Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Murphy?
Mr. Levin recorded.
Mr. Levin is not recorded. Mr. Levin votes no.
Is Dr. Rowe recorded?
Mr. Rowe is not recorded. Mr. Rowe votes aye.
Chairman? This is Miss Adams.
How is Ms. Adams recorded?
Miss Adams is not recorded.
I vote no.
Miss Adams votes no.
How is Mr. DeSaulnier recorded?
Mr. DeSaulnier is not recorded.
DeSaulnier, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no.
Did you get a visual of Mr. DeSaulnier?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. That's all.
Hey, Mark, we love you.
Is anyone else not recorded?
Ms. Fudge? Ms. Omar? Mr. Byrne? Mr. Allen,
Okay.
Mr. Walker, Mr. Wright, Mr. Murphy,
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 16 yeas, 26 nays.
The motion is not agreed to. The second amendment, the Keller Amendment, strikes language that allows collective bargaining agreements to have a different apprenticeship journey person ratios that are provided in apprenticeshipable occupation standards. A recording vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
Chairman Scott votes no.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mrs. Davis?
Mrs. Davis votes no.
Mrs. Davis votes no. Mr. Grijalva?
Grijalva votes no.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Miss Fudge?
He said he sees the boss.
Mr. Sablon?
Mr. Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Miss Wilson?
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Miss Wilson, your video cannot be seen.
You don't, I see me. You don't see me?
Miss Wilson, your video cannot be seen.
I saw. Unmute me.
Miss Bonamici?
Suzanne Bonamici votes no.
Miss Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano?
Mr. Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Miss Adams?
Adams votes no.
Miss Adams votes no.
Can't see.
Mr. DeSaulnier?
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross? Miss Jayapal? Miss Jayapal, you cannot be heard.
Jayapal votes no.
Miss Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Mr. Morelli votes no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Miss Wild?
Wild votes no.
Miss Wild votes no. Mr. Harder?
No. Mr. Harder votes no.
Mr. Harder votes no. Mrs. McBath? Mrs. McBath votes no. Miss Schreier?
M. Schreier votes no.
Miss Schreier votes no. Miss Underwood?
Underwood votes no.
Miss Underwood votes no. Mrs. Hayes?
Mrs. Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Miss Shalala?
Shalala votes no.
Miss Shalala votes no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin votes no. Miss Omar?
Figured that out. So only 26% of the 7,000 applications actually came to an event. Okay, so that's something we know.
Omar votes no.
Miss Omar votes no. Mr. Trone?
Trone votes no.
Mr. Trone votes no. Miss Stevens?
Stevens votes no.
Miss Stevens votes no. Mrs. Lee?
Votes no.
Mrs. Lee votes no. Mrs. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Mrs. Trahan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro votes no. Mrs. Fox? Mrs. Fox votes aye. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Walker? Mr. Comer?
James Comer votes yes.
Mr. Comer votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Wright? Mr. Muser? Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes aye. Mr. Murphy? Mr. Van Drew?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Who's seeking recognition? Gentleman, how is the gentleman from Connecticut recorded?
Mr. Courtney is not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Courtney votes no.
Can you call the roll of those who did not answer their initial roll call?
Miss Fudge? Miss Wilson? Mr. Norcross?
No.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Rowe? Mr. Rowe votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Walker, Mr. Wright, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Van Drew,
Are you ready? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 15 yeas, 27 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the amendment nature of a substitute. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The amendment nature of a substitute as amended is agreed to. There being no other members to speak on the bill, I now entertain a motion to report the bill. Recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Davis.
Mr. Chairman, this is Susan Davis, and I seek recognition to offer a motion to report the bill.
Chairwoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move the Committee on Education and Labor report the bill H.R. 8294 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
Question now occurs on reporting H.R. 8294 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Motion. Oh.
On that, we ask for recorded vote, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry.
Right. I was waiting. Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
Chairman Scott votes aye.
Chairman Scott votes aye. Mrs. Davis.
Mrs. Davis votes aye.
Mrs. Davis votes aye. Mr. Grijalva.
Grijalva votes yes.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Courtney.
Yes.
Mr. Courtney votes aye. Ms. Fudge. Mr. Sablon.
Mr. Sablon votes aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes aye.
Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici. Mr. Takano.
May I ask the clerk which vote we are on?
Final passage.
On final passage, Mr. Takano votes aye.
Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams votes aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier, aye.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross.
Aye.
Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal.
Aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Morelli.
Mr. Morelli votes aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes aye.
Ms. Wild votes aye. Mr. Harder.
Harder votes aye.
Mr. Harder votes aye. Mrs. McBath. Mrs. McBath votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Ms. Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Underwood.
Underwood votes aye.
Ms. Underwood votes aye. Mrs. Hayes.
Mrs. Hayes votes aye.
Mrs. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Shalala. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin votes aye. Ms. Omar.
Ms. Omar votes aye.
Ms. Omar votes aye. Mr. Trone.
Trone votes aye.
Mr. Trone votes aye. Ms. Stevens. Mrs. Lee. Mrs. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Mrs. Trahan votes aye. Mr. Castro. Mr. Castro votes aye. Mrs. Fox. Mrs. Fox votes no. Mr. Rowe. Mr. Rowe votes no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Grothman. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Walker. Mr. Comer.
Mr. Comer votes no.
Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Wright. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes no. Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson votes no.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes no. Mr. Murphy? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no.
If the clerk will call the names of those that did not respond.
Ms. Fudge? Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Shalala?
Ms. Shalala votes yes.
Ms. Shalala votes aye. Ms. Stevens? Mrs. Lee? Mr. Byrne? Mr. Walker? Mr. Fulcher, Mr. Wright, Mr. Murphy,
I would advise the members who were pretty close to the end of the vote on the floor, so may want to. The,
Is it, see here?
the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, can I seek recognition?
Who's speaking?
This is Congresswoman Lee.
Ms. Lee, how's Ms. Lee recorded?
Mrs. Lee is not recorded.
Is this the David?
Did you vote, Ms. Lee?
No, I did not.
Did you wish to vote?
Yes, please.
Hi, this is Suzanne Bonamici. Can I vote?
Just a minute. Ms. Lee is voting now.
It's a yes.
Mrs. Lee, your video cannot be seen.
In the meanwhile, how's Ms. Bonamici recorded?
Ms. Bonamici is not recorded.
Suzanne Bonamici votes aye.
Ms. Bonamici votes aye.
I think Ms. Lee's video is now, is that her in the upper left-hand corner?
Votes aye.
Mrs. Lee votes aye.
We don't know. Is that it?
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 26 yeas, 16 nays.
Thank you. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. H.R. 8294 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. Chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. Ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make necessary and technical conforming changes to the bill as amended pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L. I give notice to all members that they have the requisite number of days of House supplemental, minority, and additional or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. Also, without objection, any members who wish to insert materials into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day. Is there any further business to come before the committee? If not, without objection, the committee stands adjourned. Thank you.